Yummy.
Rah, darling.
Hello, 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 my darlings. Welcome in. How are you doing? I've missed you. I missed you so much.
Raw, darling.
Raw, darling, indeed. Pass, 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 pass. Wait, I must find the spot. There's a sweet spot. Damn it. I swear there's a sweet spot. Wait, I'll get it. No. Wait. Please. Yes, that was it. Oh, fuck. I got too excited. Hold on. Yeah, no. Fuck. Thank you guys so much for the pallet tags. Thank you very much. Awesome Aussie. Lovely Nick. Slice Jam Slice. Amazing. Wait. Oh, damn it. Right off the bat, I almost... Wait. Damn it. Next to no slice jam size, amazing Alex, the sweetest so jazzy. Oh, Solar, thank you for my pal hat. Thank you for the pal tag as well, cutie cat. Dearest Dustin, sweetest so jazzy, and the sweetest so jazzy again, sweet shadow. Precious Patricia, thank you guys all so much for the pallet tags. I feel very warm and loved, and there's many cute little pals. Maisie! Magnificent Maisie, thank you so much for the pallet tag as well. I want everybody to know that I have queued up all the songs that have come through. There are a lot of them, and we still have stuff to get through from last week, so bear with me. Outstanding Orca, thank you so much for the biddies. I dropped those? They look like they were dropped upon me. Welcome in, Outstanding Orca. Also, time for a British accent, I do believe. Thank you very much for the Redeem Orca. Thank you so much. Dearest Dustin, thank you so very much for the 60 stream streak. 60 is incredible. Thank you so much, especially considering that you are so far removed from my time zone. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate you. Swedish Shadow out here with an holy shit 85 stream streak. I like how I'm doing that. 85. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. That is absolutely truly outstanding. Thank you so much, Swedish Shadow. Cute and cool, darling. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely outstanding. I think again, is that the, have you been here every stream, at least once every stream since you've joined us? I believe so. Let's see. I think that's everything at the moment. Thank you so much for the biddies once more, Orca. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try and read chat today in a slightly different way because I realize that sometimes it takes me like half an hour to get through chat. And I want to try and improve on that. At the very least, acknowledge everybody who has been able to come in before I scroll up. So I'm gonna actually read backwards. So, Cutie Cool, thank you so much. You've been here 3 times. Amazing. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. Sweetest Strat, thank you for coming in. Sweetest Jazzy, welcome in as well. Precious Prime Zero, thank you so much for making it in for a stream as well. I hope you are doing absolutely brilliant, darling. And Outstanding Orca, welcome. Thank you for coming in, sweetheart. Joyous Jet, thank you so much for being here. Cutie Caution, welcome in. Sweetest Sola, how are you?
Lizard.
Lizard. Fuck.
Lizard.
Damn it. I tried. Let me see real quick. Next, Mateo Slice Jam Slice wants some uppies. Good, Nix. Thank you so much for coming in. Awesome Aussie, welcome in. Dearest Dustin, welcome in. Magnificent Macy, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Cutie Cat, welcome in. Beautiful Bublin, welcome. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Precious Patricia, welcome in. I've missed you as well, darling. I've missed all of my precious pals. It's been bloody 2 days. I can't believe I've spent this long away from you, to be honest with you. Lovely Lorbit, welcome in, darling. Alec, hello, amazing Alec. You gotta get back to work. All good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Cutie would. Welcome in, darling. How are you doing? Radical Red, welcome. How are you? Thank you for coming in. Let's see. We are not, no, Strat. We never go live on YouTube for our art streams because we play music that's gonna get us got on YouTube. And on Twitch VODs, you can remove the music on another track, but you can't do that on YouTube. It won't let you. So we never go live for art on YouTube. Lovely Lolbit wants some uppies. Good, lovely Lolbit. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see, Cutie Cool. Thank you so much for coming in. So many of you came in so early. I really appreciate it. Sweeter Storm, welcome in. How are you? Uppies. Grab. Ah. Amazing Alex, welcome in. How are you doing? What's this? The looming manager making subtle threats but trying to be polite in conversation is here too. Are you the manager? Are you the looming manager, Alex? Thank you so much to everyone who came in early as well. I really do appreciate it. That is absolutely incredible. I really love feeling, I feel so loved. I feel so bloody loved when you guys come in so early. Maisie, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. And you've also come in for a stream every single time since you've joined us. Is that correct? Thank you so much for being here. Won't go wasted. I'll cue that up for you. Magnificent Matthew, welcome in. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Yeah, that's the one. Great. Cool. Let's see. The hate counts as a catch. The hat. Yes, the hat definitely counts as a catch. I caught it on my head. I'm not very good with my hands, but apparently I'm quite good with my head. Let me see. Dropped by same. dropped by. Let me see here. Asta! Hi, the amazing Asta. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Awesome Aussie uppies. Good Aussie. Half an hour is being modest, but I don't think anyone ever minds. Aw, thank you. Yeah, that's true. It does usually take longer than that, doesn't it? How are you doing, Magnificent Matthew? It's so good to see you. Alex, is my British accent driving you crazy yet? Coldwood, I have queued up Talk It Up for you. There we go. Partial lizard credit. Thank you. I will take 50% credit. Absolutely. Very happy for that. Recovering well enough. Sola, are you recovering from your procedure? I hope so. Let's see. Scroll. Dearest Topo, welcome in. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome. 2 days is practically 3 days, and 3 days is practically 5 days, and 5 days is practically a week, and a week is practically 2 weeks, and 2 weeks is practically 4 weeks, and 4 weeks is practically a month. That's true. That is very true. Absolutely right. I'm doing well, having some dental problems, but good news, I don't need a root canal. Ah! Thank you for the power attack, Ozzy. After all, that is very good news, Cutie Colwood. Do you know what it is, though? You can't split it. I thought you could do that now. There is no issue, YouTube. No, it still doesn't let you do it. And I'm worried about like testing it because I don't want to get us got. British, hi Politely, welcome in, darling. How are you? You guys, if you haven't checked out Gorgeous Politely, you're definitely missing out. Absolutely stunning streamer. Beautiful insider now. Please do check her out. Could I get a little shout out for Politely, please? I'm doing good. How about you? How's your day going? It's going great, Magnificent Matthew. Thank you so much for asking. I have recently downed a singular caffeinated chocolate, and it is it's doing things. I'm the guy who's like, no, take your time. It's okay, no rush, but gives you the you better be working death stare behind your back. Don't do that. That'll make me even more self-conscious. Roses is queued up for you, dearest Sir Jazzy. That is correct. The cutie snake. Oh yeah, snack human, Sean. I believe right, YouTube. It's true, Magnificent Maisie, and we do love Sean here. Thank you so much for sticking around with us, darling. I appreciate it. Thank you. You are such a treasure. Hugs for you, Magnificent Matthew. Oh, and it is time to switch up. Okay, now we are doing a Southern Belle. All right, we just got to switch it up real quick. Thank you so much for the Southern Belle accent request there, Orca. Bless your heart. Same here. Just getting ready to go out and hang out with a friend of mine. I'll be here until I get to the train station and then back again when we're finished hanging out for the day. Sounds absolutely lovely, Patricia. Thank you so much. I hope you have an absolutely spectacular time. Delayed pal attack. Thank you for the delay. I love a little jump scare with the pal attack. That's the good kind of jump scare right there. Mostly recover now. Stairs still suck though. So this must have been something for your legs or something, Solar, or foot maybe? I'm just a scuffy vampire. We're here for you. If you need some blood, I'll give you some blood. Thank you so much for the pal tag, Joyce Jet. Appreciate ya. No, you are not just a scuffy vampire. You are a brilliant vampire, and you are so incredibly cute and sweet and lovely and entertaining, and I could fall asleep to your voice anytime. And I mean that in the best possible way. Oh no, Tau on caffeine! Yeah! Apparently, it's just a regular cavity, and my sinuses, that are really close to the tooth, are the cause of the problems. The human body is wild. It is wild. It's true, Colwood. Ozzy, thank you so much for the 100 biddies, darling. I really appreciate it. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you. Amazon airdropped these to me on accident. These are suspicious, and I don't want a bounty on my conscience, so please take them. So I get the bounty instead? On my conscience? This might be the swiftest Tau it's ever caught up. I'm trying a new way of doing it, Patricia. I'm starting from where you guys actually, I'm starting from as soon as I come in, whatever the most recent stuff is, and then I'm just scrolling up instead. And I think that might be the way to do it so that everybody gets to be heard, and also we might get through chat a little bit quicker. Fastest Tau alive! That's right! Pew, pew. That's me taking out my guns. Oh yes, Tau from Florida. Nah, this is Tau from the deep south, not Floridian south. Let's see here real quick. To replace the human body with the strength and reliability of steel. Actually, speaking of, Alex, we're gonna vote on whether we want to work on your piece today, if that's all right with you. We'll vote on yours, and Strat, if it's okay, we'll vote on doing yours. And if someone is here who wins the chibi art style raffle, we'll vote on that as well. And we've also got our horror, wait, where is it? It's like, you'll recognize that in a little bit when we go vote for it. We can also vote on the horror starting soon screen. So we could definitely do that as well. Gotta get back to work, Steph. I'll be lurking though, because I'm working from home today. Yeah, that's the way to go, Orca. I hope you have a great time working from home, darling. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, she was just brushing. I'll manage soon enough. Brushing? Brushing? When you're walking? What do you mean? You get blood money, and you get blood money. Exactly right, Colwood. That's it. Fastest Tau in the West. Pew, pew, pew. I wonder if Tau would be like an energy drink. In what capacity? Oh yeah, actually I probably would. Yeah, my blood is just, it's like pre-caffeinated. Here you go, this is for you, darling. Or if you prefer. Granted, it's the only Tau in the West, but we take those. Excellent, as long as you'll take me. I reckon that this is very much a better way of going about things, as it means people have to wait less time for you to read their messages. That's what I was thinking. That was what I was thinking, absolutely. I vote straight. Oh, Alex, all right, I don't have to put yours on the, if you don't want me to work on it on stream, I don't have to necessarily put yours on there if you don't want me to. I just noticed that you didn't say, that you said that you didn't mind, so I just wanted to see if that was okay or not. Maybe more of a Western voice. A Western voice kind of involves me just kind of going down here a little bit more. Kind of keep the mouths closed a little bit more. Got to keep your mouth closed in case the dirt and the bugs get in it while you're riding, you know what I mean? She sure could be an energy drink, though she shouldn't be consuming any caffeine. Says you. What do you know? I'm allowed to be an energy drink. Howdy there, little Mac. How you doing? Good to see you. Energy drink plug. Thank you, Strat. I'll take the caffeine offer. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I do want you to work on mine on stream. Oh, okay, great. Amazing. All right, cool. Then I will put yours in the voting pool. I forgot to mention, next week's my birthday. Darling, like a week from today? Because if so, oh, wait, I forgot to tell you guys. I don't think I'll be able to stream next week on Friday. We might have to skip a singular art stream. I'm very sorry about that. I'll try and think of a solution. It might be a nighttime stream. I mean, yeah, it might be a nighttime stream, but I gotta check because I'm just gonna be out of town for Friday. But don't worry, I'm there for Monday, Tuesday, and Sunday next week. But yeah, Friday, I don't think I'm gonna be available. Like I said, maybe nighttime, Corn by the Cast of Shug, not the reprise version. You got it, darling. I'll cue that up for you. All right, that's queued up. Thank you very much. Also, Crazy Train is also queued up. Thank you. Try the refreshing taste of a Tau energy drink. Feel the wind of Tasmania. Exactly, like you're sticking your head out the window going 80 k's an hour. I also said that it feels like this is more of a Georgia or Alabama accent than Florida accent. Yeah, that's right. I got this accent because I spent too much time with my dad's side of the family in the deep south. So I'm fairly proficient at this one. And the timer's up. Welcome to hearing my natural voice for the first time in a little while. I think my accent may be confused now as well. We'll see. It's already kind of confused from spending time in Australia. Just a little energy drink for Tau. As a treat. As a treat. Valiant Vegeta, welcome in, darling. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the care package. Ow. Thank you for the head pat, sweetheart.
Raw, darling.
Ooh, we got 2 more head pats. Okay. And last one. Thank you very much. I see busy week, I suppose. It is a bit, yeah. Damn it, Tau, now I'm talking like that there accent you're using. It's almost my birthday too, plus 5 months. Well, you come on back when it's close to your birthday, Alex, and we will definitely wish you a very happy birthday, sweetheart. Next week on Sunday, January 25th, I'll be turning 20. Lovely, well, it's such a pleasure to have you in here for your week before your birthday. Come in on your birthday and we will wish you a happy birthday and maybe sing for you if you would like. Hello, Sita Seta, welcome in. How are you doing? Tau, want to go cave diving? I don't like water, so probably not, but I will go spelunking. I'll go venture through a dry cave, sure. I won't be first uppies at the beginning of streams for now. How dare! I know, it's the worst, but it's okay. You can still you'll get uppies frequently. Anyway, lovely love it, uppies. Yee, I love it. And welcome in, Sita Silver. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing good. Getting anxious for school. That being college is starting up. Oh, Lil Mac, you're gonna do great though, sweetheart. Try not to stress too much. Local cat's ears perk up. How about indoor snowboard? What in the fuck is indoor snowboarding? What is that? Please tell me, I'm very curious. Nutty Putty Cave ass, y'all are nuts. Yeah, listen, I won't be going to Nutty Putty Cave. I've heard that story way too many times. I'm not interested in wedging myself permanently into my own grave. However, I am interested in exploring yet unknown depths into the earth. As long as it's not wet, no water allowed. The second it starts raining, I'm out of there. Oh God, Nutty Putty, I know. It's such a scary and sad story. If I can get my ADHD managed, I hope you can, lovely little Mac. I hope you can. I imagine a big slope with fake snow and you board on it. But what kind of an indoor, you'd have to like clear out an entire mall or something to have, and I think, and it wouldn't even be tall enough to get like a substantial. You know what, Alex? I'm gonna say yes. I would love to learn how to do indoor snowboarding. I almost said snow skiing. Snowboarding. I would try that. 100%. That sounds like something I would try. Cave diving is something I would never do. And those cave divers with a loving wife and kids, when they see a flooded cave called Satan's prostate cavity. Partially to blame for that fact. Satan's prostate cavity has tickled me so much, Patricia. Tell us the Nutty Putty story. It sounds interesting. It's really sad, Strat. It's very sad. It's an actual, like, it's not fiction. The guy's body is still there years after. But basically, an experienced cave diver, but a spelunker was going through Nutty Putty caves, and he really thought that there was a cavity out through the other side of this this really, really slim passageway that he had to like reach his arms out to get through, and he's like barely like moving through, and it's also like down, facing basically almost vertically down. And he was like, I can get through this, I can get through this. So he kept on wedging himself, exhaling so that he could fit closer and closer, and he kept sliding, and he got stuck. And he had someone with him, and they went and got help, but despite what they tried to do, it was too late, because with that verticality, all the blood was stuck in his head for like, I want to say it was like 18 hours or something crazy, and he died. And his body's still there because they couldn't extract it. It's really sad. It's a genuinely really tragic story. Cave divers with a family of 5 entering a cave called Devil's Hole. I love the fact that you say can with an Aussie accent. Say can, like the word can? Can? Is that Aussie? To say can? Can? You might not even make it out of there dead. I can't fit through there. Get a Grim Reaper who can. You want me to get the Slim Reaper? Go down. Oh, I'm trying. Oh my God. Yeah, it is tragic. There were so many of those stories I could not fathom going, underground in really tight spaces. What a great idea. Like, no, ma'am. Listen, I don't have any interest in like genuinely going to places that are completely unexplored. However, with the knowledge that people have done it before, and with like an experienced guide or something, I would totally do it. I would totally do it. I would not be doing what Nutty Putty Man did, but I would totally go as a part of like a tour group or something. Same with Floyd Collins and Crystal Cave, but that was in the 30s, I think. Yeah, those were also really tragic stories. The path he took was called the Birth Canal. That's it. It was a vertical dead end. Yes, that's right. Did you realize you're still in Wordle and Discord? I meant to finish my Wordle. I did. I am. I am still in Wordle. I just opened it. I'll close that for now because I need to finish that. Stuck for more than 24 hours and died from being upside down too long. Yeah, that's it. You use a treadmill in reverse and tilt it so you're sliding down. And his ribcage was wedged due to the shape of the cave. Yes, exactly. Because he kept on exhaling, right? And you can't really breathe anymore once you've like slid down. It's really, yeah, really sad. That's so tragic indeed. Even the rescue couldn't do anything. Yeah, fair dinkum, mate. Exactly right, politely. On top of that, the reason he couldn't get out is due to his lower legs would need to be absolutely shattered to get him out. And although he agreed to it, they weren't able to because of the angle he was stuck in. Yes, that's also, yeah, that's true. Very sad. Easy access caves are a big maybe for my 6'5". Yes, I mean, to be fair, I'm not exactly cave squeezing shape either. I'm 5'5", which is not like tiny enough, I think, for a lot of safe caving. So I would need to go with someone who's like 6'5", who can easily navigate these things, and then I'll be like, oh, I'll have no problem then. Claustrophobia would not let me consider that option. Thanks for fear. Yeah, I actually don't get claustrophobia. See, this is the thing. Everyone's like, Tyler's such afraid of cats. Thylacines afraid of cats. No. The only thing I'm afraid of is water. I hate water. But claustrophobia does not get me. Spiders don't get me. Being alone in the wilderness does not get me. Like, yes, you can say like can. It sounds so fancy. Con. I can't do that. That's more British, I guess. After I read the Ted the Caver story, I learned to never cave dive. Ted. Do I know that name? What's the cave that Ted was in, Jet? I would genuinely rather explore the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. Is that an actual thing, or is that like the Devil's Prostate Cavity? He just made up. March of the Poozers! The March of the Poozers. Oh, Little Mac, I should have actually said, I've just added it, but we're probably gonna like avoid putting too many of the, is it the Devin Townsend project that like a lot of the songs wind up screaming. like halfway through. Joyous Jet, sweetheart, thank you so very much for the 5 gifted subs, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you, darling. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Thank you so much, Joyous Jet. I really appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, honey. That is far too generous, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your generosity and your kindness, darling. Sweetest Silver, I never hear fun spelunking stories. At best I hear, it was filled with cool rocks. I'm not a big rock person, but I do find caves to be very peaceful. Very, very peaceful places. They're so quiet, and I love a cave that has like a singular droplet of water that just echoes. I could fall asleep in there and like not wake up. That doesn't mean I die, it just means I'm comfortable. Tangential, if anyone likes creepypasta and has not experienced Ted the Caver, it's a good one. Oh, it's a creepypasta. Oh, okay, gotcha. And you moved to Tasmania? I know, I'm on an island off an island. Brave lady town, or stupid, depending. Politely, you're a vampire. You would love to come caving with me. You can be out of the sun always. I can't do that, innit? Wait, I can't do that, innit? I'm not claustrophobic mostly, but hearing the Nutty Putty story, it makes my skin fucking crawl. Oh yeah, me too, like no doubt. I mean, I don't think that the Nutty Putty story is a claustrophobia thing. I think that's just a self-preservation thing. My happiness is queued up for you, awesome Ozzy. For someone who rocks, I'm surprised. Who rocks? Is that a pun? It's so good. It's so good. I love that. I will make sure to double check that the songs don't have any screaming in it. All right, hun. Okay. Subway sandwiches for 5 random people. What? You're giving everyone Subway sandwiches with the community subs. That's so funny. The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is an ongoing sci-fi speculative biology story that multiple people can contribute to, like the SCP universe. The Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is a colossal living organism with self-contained subterranean ecosystem in Northern California. That's so cool! It sounds very spooky. I can't believe I didn't get a gifted sub. This is clearly a bias against me, and thus I'm reporting this channel for bullying. My dad is Jeff Bezos. Can you give me some of your daddy's money? He's got plenty of it, don't you think, Alex? Oh goodies! Little Mac got a subby. You're on an island off a prison? No, I am not. Wasn't Nutty Putty sealed off after the tragedy? It was, yeah. Hunga! Hello, magnificent Hunga Munga! How are you? It's good to see you. I always love seeing Zippy's emotes. Those are so cute. To be honest, why the actual fuck would somebody enter an area of a cave called the Birth Canal? There's a lot of really crazy names for cave exploration passages. That's one of them. Yeah. I'm gonna head on out and come back on my phone. All good, sweetheart. Lovely life producer! Hi, darling. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you again. It's been a minute. How have things been? Magnificent Maisie. Mystery Flesh Pit. Wasn't it also an ARG at one point? Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. I could totally see that being an ARG, actually. Tasmania was an even worse prison. That's true. Tassie and Port Arthur were bad. But now it's beautiful! And we love it here. Been great, Chief. That's great to hear, lovely Hunga. I'm so happy to hear that. It's been a minute. I hope things have been busy in a good way for you. Wasn't there the devil's ass or something? Oh, there's so many bizarre. There's like, you could probably put noun in like 150 nouns into a hat, and then like body parts into another hat, and just randomize them and be like, okay, this is broccoli's throat. Boom. That is an actual passage in a cave somewhere. Let's do another one. Okay, what about horse's throat? No, horse's vein. Boom. Horse's vein, probably likely to be a passageway in a cave. Me practicing spelunking so I can go into advanced tunnels to get the rich motherfuckers' credit cards. What? Do they hide their credit cards down there? Not too bad. Been focusing on Roll20 stuff, but have to start getting everything else done. That is fair, lovely live producer. I hope you're having a great time on Roll20 though. Splunkers when they see a cave named after a Mesoamerican god of death. Yeah, basically. Welcome back, Patricia. Horse's throat. Just making shit up. Okay, hold on. Let me try again. Let me try again. Eucalyptus arm. Eucalyptus toe. Definitely. There's definitely a cavern somewhere called that. Throat of God, yeah. Broccoli's throat is in Bulgaria. Is that actually a thing? I do actually believe you. Satan's sphincter is probably a cave. Almost definitely Silver. What is everybody's favorite made-up cave passage? Like I said, it's noun, body part. Let's stay away from inappropriate body parts. Okay, sphincter is fine. Prostate is also fine. I just don't want to just see a bunch of penises and vaginas, okay? Just so noun of your choosing, body part of your choosing, and tell me where you think it's located in the world. If we're making names for massive holes, I got one Townsville. You're allowed to say that because you're from there. Amazing apparition, thank you for the censor. How are you doing? Welcome in. Let's see, eucalyptus elbow. I reckon that's probably one of those that like, it's really, really slim to get into. And then it's like this tiny, but like bulbous, like room in the cave. Satan's sphincter is probably a cave is probably true.
Oh, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus.
Thank you for my song, amazing apparition. The toad's boil. That would be a good one. And then what? You accidentally come out of like the slim passageway and you just go into like a boiling. That'd be so horrifying. Like boiling underground spring water or something. Oh, that'd be rough. I want to try to drive into the pickles intestines. Oh, pickle intestines is very good. That one's definitely got like multiple paths. Heaven's Eye. Whoa, Sir Jazzy, that one sounds crazy. Oh, it's probably like a room filled with like crystals or something, I bet you. Lava tube is real. that one's real. I've definitely heard of that one. I can't say I've heard many euphemisms for the back end. True. It's true. I guess the Pouch Kingdom now has a cave named Horse Throat. No. I don't want any pals going into Horse Throat. God's penar. No. Wrong censor. All the ones I saw on Insta are really bad. Cave spelunking? Fungus nostril, yeah, there's 2 paths, and if you go down the wrong one, you're probably screwed. Crusty cucumber, that one you need to wear like padding on your body because otherwise you'll get like scratches as you go down. Yep, many ways in, no way out. All right, for the Aussie national anthem. I heard a song in your bleeps. I think you need more bleeps. No, I can't allow a song to come through the bleeps. How are you doing, cutie quality? It's a pleasure to see you. Ski run names are similarly funny. Some real ones I've heard before include Moose Nuts, Ruby Tuesday, The Wall, Possum's Doom, Pound Town, The Armpit, Frog Town, Knee Trimmer, and New Zealand Street. I am not fucking with you. I believe that. Thank you for the fart, Silver. Much appreciated. Heaven's Eye, I imagine being surface level with a small slit for the sunlight. Oh, Alex, I think you're right. That definitely seems rational. Lucifer's Gateway. Ooh, what would that one contain? What would that one be like? I wonder if there's like, I wonder if it's like initially, like you just walk into these 2 like generally gate-shaped doors, and then I wonder if you like go through there and then you have to Lucifer's Gate. I wonder if it goes down, like goes straight down, and you have to like rappel in from there. All right, Silver, happy to do a British accent for you, or my attempt at one. Thank you very much for the redeem. Granny's hangnail. Bloody hell, that would be that would be a rough one. Granny's hangnail. I think that's another one that goes straight down. Or straight up, perhaps. Maybe it's straight up. How about broccoli's ear? Do you think that looks like an actual, like, broccoli ear? The nostril always has one path open and one closed, but this changes which one based on the day. Imagine if you chose the wrong one. You'd have to do something to determine which one you could actually get through that time. Let's see. Peanut butter alleyway. Do you think it's Slippy? You think it's Slippy? Mop's knuckle. What's that one like, do you think, Storm? I don't know why, but Bellamy's bosom came to mind. Bellamy's bosom. It's probably very smooth, bit. Maybe it's shaped kind of like that. And I want to know, who is Bellamy? My goodness. Archangel's crevice. I like that one. I like that one a lot. That one's quite good. What would that one be? I'm picturing like a wing, like an abstract wing carved into the rock and the stone. A cave tunnel full of sulfur that has eternal fire. Lucifer's navel. That one's really good, Alex. Do you have a timeline on when we would be having a storytelling stream? Not yet, but I do want to go back over our rules because I recently added something new and I didn't get to tell anybody about it yet. Spine of Phoenix Fall. Oh, Raya, that sounds so cool. Spine of Phoenix Fall. What do you picture that one being like? Trump's cranium. Very smooth. Very smooth. Literally, that would be a smooth. That's a smooth brain case right there. Evil fucking lava shot. Do you think that would deter anybody? Probably not. Mop's knuckle limestone with many tubes, but each bend is slightly larger than the tunnel. Interesting. Maisie, darling, thank you so very much, sweetheart, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, sweetie pie. You get hearts from me. So many hearts. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sweetie pie, thank you so very much for such incredible generosity and kindness. I really do appreciate it, especially because you've only been here for a few days. It means the world that you've enjoyed the content so much and that you're enjoying yourself. Thank you so much, Magnificent Maisie. I really appreciate your incredible dedication and your contribution. Thank you so much. Thank you, lovely. Let's see. I'm feeling generous today. You certainly are. Thank you so much. It means the world. I really appreciate the support, darling. How was D&D with Ghosty and friends a few streams ago? Alex, it was absolutely brilliant. We had a really, really great time. We had so much fun. Snivy was playing like a bratty, like basically challenging, like not challenging, basically channeling my little sister. Well, me, honestly, when I was a teenager. And just being completely disagreeable to absolutely everything. And it was so funny because Ghosty was trying to be chill with her, and then X and I were both like, and then Macheka was just kind of like, it was a great time though, Alex. Thank you so much for asking. The story I've been working on is looking very good at the moment. Is it a new story, Patricia, or are we continuing to follow the young ones in the plane around the post-apocalyptic Europe? Let me see. Oh, I'm so glad that so many of you got gifted subs, darlings, and thank you so much for the hype train. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Probably volcano or desert related. I think you're probably right, Ryo. But that sounds so cool and so scary. I also wanted to be the first on gift subs at the top. Oh, amazing, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Whatever the motivation is, I do appreciate it. It does mean the world. By the way, Tao, oh, sorry, I read that one. I literally answered that one. Literally answered that. The technical term is intergluteal cleft. Intergluteal cleft, indeed. For a 7 hours long session, I am really glad you had fun. Yes, and I hope you did too, sweetest Storm. Storm, speaking up, thank you for the scary little spiders on screen. I really appreciate that. Here is one really crazy cave named Lady Blue's Underwater Fantasy. That's very spooky. Wow. Where's that one located? I have zero interest in investigating underwater caves. That sounds like my fucking actual worst nightmare. Hype train, woohoo! Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for the level 2 cutie pies. I appreciate it. Ryo, darling, Sweetie Pie, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the community, sweetie. It means the world. Thank you so much for your generosity. Thank you so very much, sweetheart. Thank you, thank you. And because of you, it looks like we have actually achieved our level 3, or we are on level 3 of the hype train. Thank you so much, darling. Oh, it's a brand new story. Brilliant. I'm very excited. I had a couple ideas for D&D characters, but I never played. A death spellblade dedicated to sling... Amazing, Alex. Thank you so very much for the bitties. Thank you very, very much. Oh, a piece of lolly. It's not really how you say that, is it? Thank you so much, darling. And thank you for the care package, Aussie. Thank you. Dr. Pepper! Hello, dearest Dr. Pepper. How are you? Welcome in. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so thankful that you decided to follow us, by the way. Thank you so much for being here. Valiant Vash, thank you so very much for resubbing. I can't believe it's been 15 months. Sweetheart, thank you so much. I really appreciate your incredible dedication. We have already got a sub baby, and we will have another one in just a couple months. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate you. Oh, time's up. Okay, now I'm gonna talk normally again. Oh my Jesus fucking Christ, what was that? What was that? Holy shit. That was nightmare fuel. How did we get to last week? Do we have 1 or 2 raffles? We have 1 raffle today. You guys had 62 subs, so you definitely get 1 raffle. Also, dearest Dr. Pepper, I'm gonna cue that song up for you. Waves, assuming that it's... Are we looking for Waves by Moe's or Heat Waves by Glass Animals? Oh, Mr. Probes. Oh, okay, gotcha. Mr. Probes. Got it. All right, darling, that is queued up for you. Welcome in, dearest Dr. Pepper. A bit delayed because I know you followed while we were offline, but sweetheart, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. It's very heartwarming to hear that you remember the details of my previous story. Absolutely, I loved your story. It was really interesting. Here are a few more cave names I came up with. Eshe's Doom. Eshe's Doom is like outside of Alice Springs somewhere. King Lizard, Wizard's Gizzard. That one's in New Zealand. Wheatley Bin's Woe is absolutely in Tasmania. Tao, do you remember chapter 1 of my story from last time? I remember overall your story plot, Jet. You sound so British. Oh, do I? Was that sarcasm? I'm not the best at accents, but unfortunately for me, British is one of the 2 accents I'm okay at. Definitely decipherable as not being British, but still. Lizard! Fuck. About the cave thing, you made me think of a would you question I got. If you could be given the ability to breathe underwater and resist deep water pressures, but you lose the ability if you don't dive to the bottom of the ocean at least once a year, would you take the superpower? Ooh. You know what? Assuming that the only thing that happens if you don't do it is you lose that particular ability, I'm gonna say yes, because there's actually no downside. Even though I am actually not as afraid of like the water pressure and drowning, even though I'm afraid of those things, but I'm not as afraid of those as I am of what is at the bottom of the ocean. Like the unknown and like the darkness and the inability to navigate is terrifying. Lady Blue's Cave is in Cumbria, England. Lady Blue's Cave, Cumbria, England. Where's Cumbria? Excellent, Eugene! Sweetie Pie, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak, darling, I appreciate it. Sorry, I can't stand for long because I'm in a survival game, and if I don't pay attention, I'll die. So I'll be right back, no worries, sweetheart. Stay alive! Stay alive for us. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much for your dedication. I had a couple ideas for D&D characters. Oh wait, I think I read that one. Oh no, did I not finish reading that one? I never played Death Spellblade with a bell great hammer dedicated to slaying false hydras, and a pair of twins, one a berserker and the other an illusionist, but they're secretly gnolls. Oh, that sounds really fun, actually. I feel like that would be a fun one for Storm to plot with. Thank you guys so much for the level 3 hype train. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your amazing generosity, darlings. It really does mean the world. Your support is like just so it's overwhelming in such a positive way, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, it's Cutie Kata here. Hi, Cutie Kata. How did I miss you? I'm so sorry. I'm thinking about what to add to the keyrings for PAX this year. I was thinking adding a small safety whistle to it. That's a good idea. Wait, you're not British? Oh, good. You actually thought I was convincing. That's great. No, I'm actually American Australian. So I have a strange accent. I probably most of the time sound American, but there will be some words that I say that are kind of Aussie or like vaguely British if you're not used to listening to an Aussie accent. I also have somehow picked up Britishisms that Aussies don't say. I don't think I've ever heard an Australian say telly, but I've started saying telly, and Nath hates it. He's like, Tau. It's a fucking TV. And I'm like, could you pass the tally remote, please? How about Nephilim's gaze? Oh, I see it as a naturally existing cavern that when in the morning looks beautiful and heavenly, and when the sun sets turns into a hellscape. Oh, I'm sure there's some kind of like, you could have like pinprick holes that like, maybe 2 of them for the gaze, the eyes. And maybe in the daytime when it's direct sunlight, it's like this like white or yellow, like it lights up the cavern or something. And then at night, maybe because of the type of rock or something, as the sun starts to fade away, it like turns red. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be really cool. Back to back. Ooh, I'll cue that up for you, dearest Dustin. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Nix. I appreciate it. I gotta write down my story. Yes, you should. You should. I would love to read it, lovely Alex. I heard lizard. Wish I was better at accents. I'm very bad at 99% of the accents, unfortunately. So don't you worry, politely. I'd be happy to give you some tutoring, but I can't do them myself, so. Cotton Eye Joe! I love that version of that song strat. I'll cue that up for you. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. The bottom of the ocean is where the aliens live. I think that's probably true. Define bottom. That's a good point. If it's the bottom of the ocean, as in just like you dive to where the bottom is for where the beach lets off, I think that I could probably do that. But yeah, I've put a lot of love and effort into it. I'm really excited to see it, hun. Thank you so much for making it work. At Dustin's request, I gave them a draft to read, and the other people I've sent it have really liked it. So I can't wait to show you and the other pals. I'm so happy to hear it. Excellent. I'm so excited to read it too. Here's another cave. Wild Hunt's Wild Hunt. That's in Poland. That's in Poland. They named it in honor of The Witcher. Choo choo! Indeed, Alex. Indeed. Tau, it's a TV. What does TV stand for? Television. Kelly. That's right. That's what I tell him though, Alex. I'm like, listen, Aussies love to shorten things, right, Nath? And he's like, yeah, that's why I say TV. I'm like, TV, telly. Do you hear any shortening? They are the same. It might as well be the same. He says, yeah, but one's pommy. I've heard other Aussies say telly before. Maybe I picked it up from, oh God. Guys, fuck, what if I picked it up from his mom? Oh no. His mom's like a royalist. She fucking loves the royal family. And so she does what she can to be as British as possible. I think that's one of the reasons that Nath is not a fan. Tal will only sound Australian when she doesn't realize it. Like she did just for a couple of random words. That's the problem. I can't do it when I want to. And then when I don't want to, well, I actually don't ever not want to. Does it make sense? I don't ever not, which means positive, want to, whatever. Brain's not working. I should really get back to work. Oh, good, Cutie Kata. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. Best of luck at work. Thank you so much for dropping in. We miss you, and I hope you have a great one. I want people to feel safe at PAX, and a little whistle that can draw attention if people are being interesting would be a good idea, I think. But I want to get people's thoughts. I think that's probably a good idea, Lovely Live. It's as long as, I guess if you can like 3D print it, it won't be too pricey. Club Iron Mouse? No, hold on, that's not it. How it's done. Iron Mouse? Amorica Library. Hold on. How it's done. I don't see that coming up here. I just see the regular one. Is it okay if I just queue up the regular one, Strat? Because it's not coming up when I type in Iron Mouse or Mori. I have another request, but I'll toss it in later. Oh, good, sweetheart. No worries. Thank you for the bye-bye, sweet Sally. We'll see you soon. Okay, I'm at the train station now, so I must head out for now. Have a good stream. Okay, see you later, precious Patricia. Thanks for coming in. Your cat Jasper says hi. Hi, Jasper. It's a pleasure to meet you, cute little kitty cat. What kind of a cat is he? I think the diving question also requires some knowledge of if we're able to deal with wildlife, deep sea vision, and top speed. Oh, Doppel. Those are very good. Okay. Sorry, Red, you have opened the can of worms. We need to know all of the scientific facts behind this before we consent to this this power. There's a reason Aquaman is as specced out as he is. That's true. Hi there, sweetest sweetest Saint Saturnus. How are you, darling? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. And Sandpaper. Hi, sweetest Sandpaper. We still got royalists around in the old colonies. Yeah. But to be fair, Nate's mom is like, she's crazy. Solemn Solace could be a long, windy system that leads down to a small little nook. Strangely smooth, almost hewn walls. Would it be... I wonder if you could get back up. Solemn Solace almost sounds like a place someone might die. Nate's mom is a hyacinth bucket. Wait, what is a hyacinth bucket? Is that an Australianism? I notice it. It's for a few words randomly, but it blends in, so it's only noticed after a sentence is passed. Oh, really, Cody? That's really weird. I wonder why. Huh. I mean, maybe I guess it must naturally be just kind of happening, but it's kind of a bummer that it only happens occasionally. Me and Mom call our TV the idiot box. I can tell you, don't watch too much TV then, Aussie. Fabulous Felonious, welcome in. How are you? In about 5 years, you'll listen to a recording of yourself and then listen to you when you were still freshly in Australia. You'll notice a difference for sure then. Hopefully. Testing a few small designs on the 3D printer first. Nice, lovely live, excellent. They did a K-pop Demon Hunters cover at a show. Yeah, I actually heard it, but it's not showing up on Spotify, which is why it's weird. You won't totally lose your American accent, though. My Asian accent comes back tenfold as soon as I'm around my grandma. Yeah. Well, when I first got back to Oz, Nath was like, yeah, Tao, your American accent is really harsh right now. And I'm like, no. Would you rather I talk like this? No, please do not do the British accent. He does not like it. Go for this one. Zhao Fang. Oh, Zhao Fang Fang. Learn to meow. Time to learn to meow. That's such a cute song. Meow, 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 meow. Let me see here. Okay. Holy crap. We got a lot of songs, you guys. We got a lot of songs. Buddy Holly. Weezer. Yep. I'll cue that up for you. There we go. Let's see. I would presume no. You know as much as you know now. All you get is your ability to breathe and guarantee that water pressure will never crush you no matter how deep you go. No extra sight in the deep and dark if you don't bring a flashlight. No ability to communicate with or understand sea life. Say no more. I will not be taking you up on this offer. Jasper is a 3-year-old black kitty. Cute. His mom, Merida, is also all black and lives next door. Merida domesticated herself from the wild. She must have been like, okay, people got the goods. Got the good food. Oh dear. Ask Nath about the show Keeping Up Appearances. Remind me to when he gets home, and I will try to do that. Double down, Tao. Start doing that deep southern Appalachian accent around people. Can you imagine? Speaking like, howdy there. I've been living here for a whole 6 years now, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Do I sound Australian yet? Hein at the end. Yep, I'll cue that up for you, lovely Strut. And then we probably have to go on a quick break, and then when we get back, we will do our raffle, and then vote on what you want to work on today. And we'll start listening to music. To answer your question, if I don't watch much TV, nah, not really, just sports, either cricket or racing. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was gonna say, I don't think I've heard of you watching much telly, Aussie, except for, yeah, you're racing in cricket. All right, cutie pies. Well, we're all caught up, and I really enjoyed our little chatting. Of course, as you know, our art streams are pretty much just chatting anyway. It's just that I'm occasionally putting a line on the page, so if you like the vibes, please feel free to stick around. And we are going to go on a very quick break for those of you who don't know or who need the refresher. every 1 hour, we go on a 3-minute break. It's only 3 minutes. It's not too long, but it is long enough that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, that's no problem, because you still won't miss any content. For those 3 minutes, I run those ads, but I walk away from the computer, and I suggest you do the same. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. I need to be able to type. Hold on. There we go. Grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will miss you terribly, but I'll see you in 3 minutes. Oh, hello, sweetest Shy. 3 minutes without Tao? Life over. It's okay, sweetheart. I'll resurrect you when I get back. Mwah. Do you know what time you'll be starting, sweetest Save? Save and community, I am a newbie. I am a little baby sprout in the realms of Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I am a monk, level 59, baby. I have it from a good source, which is all of you guys. That
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Storm. That we are almost done with, just the way you say, See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot. My mom sound, you sound beautiful. You showed your mom. Loves mom. Thank you, mom. Mommy. Thank you, mom. Thank you, loves mom. Thank you for the care back. Do you know what time you'll be starting, sweetest Save? Save and community, I am a newbie. I am a little baby sprout in the realms of Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I am a monk, level 59, baby. I have it from a good source, which is all of you guys. That
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Storm. That we are almost done with, Can I have one of your horses, please? Please. They're so cool. You sound like Raven from Cartoon Network Teen Titans. I am so flattered. Oh my God, when you do that voice, oh my God, I could totally see that. Robin, you don't even know what you're talking about. I'm going to my room. How so kind and sweet, could not deny anything in the face of it. Yeah! Wait. Tao joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stop streaming.
Recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if
I thought that was a redeem, dude. Fuck. Sorry. Snotty Tao Tao. That was not actually my nose. That was me. Just don't worry. That's throat sounds. I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Tao-woo, cow-woo, you woo, please you say woo-woo, I'm woo-woo, the woo-woo best to woo, Tasmanian woo, tiger woo-woo. I certainly can woo. It's gotta be here somewhere. Navy, thank you for gigantic. Why is that dog licking that poor girl's foot? Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back. Hi! Ah! Why are my gloves missing? What the fuck? Whoa. It's okay, they're back. Holy shit, that was scary. That's the scariest thing I've seen. Welcome back, awesome Aussie, and you beautiful being. Abbies! Aussie. And Valiant Vash, welcome back, sweetheart. Sweetest Saint Saturnus. I'll cue that up for you, darling. Let me put that on there. There we go. All right, cue that up. Welcome back, Sweetest Strat. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, lovely Nana B. Oh, no, naked hands, no! Magic trick. The Tau got bare hands. Can you imagine if I had a toggle to just give myself like literal bare hands? Hello, lovely little Mac. Welcome back. Sweetest Sandpaper. Welcome back. Burn it. Hi, Magnificent Maisie. How are you? There's a bunch of you on the. There is. You have been so very generous. We have so many wonderful pals who have been so incredibly generous. Welcome back, beautiful Bubble. Welcome back, Sweetest Storm. Appies. Whee! Oh, you guys, please let me know how the music is. Strat has just put a poll up. If you would please let me know if the music is too loud, too soft, or just right. Keeping in mind, this is a fairly soft song. So if it sounds like it's almost right, it's probably fine once we get to things that are not piano and soft singing. Did you add the ones I sent before and during the break? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Can I ask to put random people in the chat in my place? What you can do, Maisie, is if you win, if you don't want the chibi character, you can give it to whoever you like. You can also just hang on to it until you want to use it, by the way. Like, there's no expiry on this. But unfortunately, we can't just like replace the name on the wheel, but if you win, you can choose to give it to a random person if you want. That's very sweet of you, though, Magnificent Maisie. You're so incredibly lovely. Sweetest Saint Saturnus, Appies! Good Saturnus. Are the ones from today going on this wheel too? No, they are going on next week's. If we hit the 50, then they will go on next week's wheel. Is that a blank space on the wheel? Yeah, I don't know why. There's always been this one blank space, even though I've gone through and made sure that there's no blank spaces in the, like, there's nowhere that is not, does not contain, no line does not contain a name, but there's like a blank space. I have no idea why. Well done defeating the boss, you guys. Sorry, I've totally spaced putting the, the pals on the screen. How's arting been? We're about to start now, lovely Nana B. How have you been? Yippee! Imagine the blank wins. We will respin. If it lands on blank, Tau chooses? No, if it lands on blank, we'll respin. That's okay. That's just the default. Yeah, I think it is. I think it must be. Okay, looks like you guys think that the music's a little too soft, so I'm gonna just turn it up a tad more. Let me see. How's that? Is that a bit better? Tau, have you been to the Bogle cave? No, I actually, to be clear, I've actually never really done a whole lot of like cave diving, like not cave diving, cave exploration. I've done a little bit, but I have not done like, you know, prepared like rappelling and stuff like that. It's been like a couple of hours looking through caves, and that's it. Okay. I was running around doing errands today. I should get back into the arting. You should, and then you should share your beautiful artwork with us. My dad used to work at the Jenolan Caves in New South Wales. Is that open to the public? All right, let's see who wins. So you get, whoever this lands on gets a free one character, chibi style art piece, and it looks like it's going to Mooka. Mooka! Magnificent Mooka! I don't know if Mooka has won before. I don't think they have, so that's super exciting. Congratulations to Magnificent Mooka. Gorgeous Gundam, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. Strat, I don't know if Mooka is in our Discord or if they're under a different name. Do you mind giving them a shout? And if they come in today, then we'll let them know that they won. Yay! Congrats to Mooka! I will check it out. Thank you, sweetest Strat. Okay, I have terrible news. This is really tragic. Just coming in. What's that? Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, we are in the middle of an art stream. Okay. All right. Well, Mission Control is telling me that my iPad is updating, even though it's supposed to be streaming right now. So give me just a second. It's 50% of the way done with updating. I don't know why I decided to do it right now. That's a bit annoying. I love this song. Oh my god, what a banger. Okay, we are suing Apple. That's right, Apple. Pain and suffering. Done. Oh, dance break activated. Stream is constantly buffering today. Might not stick around for long. Oh no. Okay, that's all good, gorgeous Gundam. Thank you so much for. What the fuck? The page crashed? What the fuck? What? The page crashed? That's very odd. Okay. That's really strange. Yay! Cutie okay. Oh, wait. I think it's back. Oh, yes! Okay, hold on. I have my iPad back, you guys. This is critical. If that were a clip, Strat would have to edit some of the some Kevin McLeod, and that's true, actually. That's true. Or, alternatively, to make it much more awkward, just leave it silent. Okay. Hello, lovely laugh. How are you? Do you recommend traveling to Australia or New Zealand? I've never been across the Pacific. Honestly, Dr. Pepper, you should go to both. It kind of depends what you're interested in. I love both. I've been to both. I have only lived in Australia, but I do absolutely love both. What are your favorite things to do? What hobbies or what is it that interests you about each place? All right, you guys, let me just mirror. We'll get started. Also, completely unrelated, trying to make tails for a live 2D model is miserable. It sure is, Cutie Colwood. It sure is. I didn't make like a rig for my tail, but I did make a rig for my braid, and that was a fucking nightmare. Found Muka, no worries, I'll inform them. Thank you so much, Sita Stat, I appreciate it. I like eating sushi, I like visiting aquariums and zoos, and I like going to the beach. Okay, I'm gonna say you probably want to go to, do you like the heat? Do you like heat, Dr. Pepper? I from what you're saying, I actually reckon WA. I think you should go to Western Australia, probably Perth. I think you would like it a lot. If you like nature, New Zealand is cool. If you don't, not much to do down there. That's also true. And snow, lots of snow, and like multi-day hikes and stuff. Let me see here. I'm making my buddy's kitsune model. Oh my god, I'm afraid. That's very fair. You like heat? Dr. Pepper, I assign you to go to Perth for 2 weeks. Hello, Eat Bark Herd, how are you? Hello, are y'all building an art prompt wheel? Lots of colors. We're not building an art prompt wheel, but what we do, lovely Bark, is every week, you can see my little guy over there, my little guy over there, the little crescent moon behind him. If you guys subscribe 50 or like gift subs, subscribe for the first time, use Prime, resub, whatever, it always it ups the number of subs in there. And if you hit 50, then at the end of the week, I actually do a raffle for someone who has gifted subs or resubbed or subbed for the first time or used Prime to get a chibi style character from me. And that's why we've got that. But we're actually, I am about to, you came in at the right time because I'm going to let you guys vote on what we work on today. The person who won today is not currently in the chat, so we can't vote on working on their thing live, but we have a lot of other options. So, let me show you guys what we got potentially, okay? Hardest thing I rigged in Live 2D was a muzzle for a little dragon I made for somebody. That's super cute. And thank you, Storm, for the dance break. I can't wait to see it. How are you doing, Eat Bark Herd? Do you want me to call you EBH or Eat or Bark or Herd or something else? If you like mountains, we got cool mountains here. Yeah, absolutely. I do love New Zealand's mountains. Joining a VC in Discord because the audio in the stream is freaking the fuck out. Huh. Is anybody else having like strange issues with the stream? Okay. So, you guys, we have a few options today. One thing that we can work on, actually, Alex, are you still here? This is an art piece I'm working on for Alex. Perth looks perfect, writing it down. Excellent, let's go. As much as I would like to suggest Tasmania, it is like the coldest part of Australia, so I don't really recommend, and we don't have like great beaches or anything, so I don't recommend that. Yo, you're here. Okay, Alex, guess what? I finished your line art. So let me know. So this is Alex's character. We'll do a zoom in. So this is when I put Alex Calm on the poll. This is what we could be working on, okay? So I still need to do like the solid coloring. I just wanted to adding to the story because I like to get your live reaction. Wrong arm? Fuck. Damn it. I thought you said the closest one for some reason. That's okay. I can fix that pretty quickly. Everyone's fine. It's just my PC that does it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, I can fix that. But anyway, so this is Alex Calm if you want to work on this. We also have Strat. You're okay with me working on yours live, right? For those of you who don't know, Strat is owed. He has been probably the most patient person in the entire world. I've owed him artwork for almost 3 years. You don't mind it? All right, great. Well, we're working on Strat's character right now. So if we put Strat, then this is the ref sheet we'll be working on for him. Otherwise, looking good? Awesome. Excellent, Alex. Okay, cool. Remember to fear the sun in both New Zealand and Oz. Our sun is a bastard and loves giving folks cancer. Cover up, sunscreen, all that. That is so true. Absolutely. So this is Strat, if we want to work on Strat, okay? Let's see. We also have Storm. We have a Storm. Wait, Storm, I'm not allowed to, wait, are we able to work on yours on stream or no? I forgot if you said for this one, yes or no. Did you get the song request I put in? No, I didn't. I Wouldn't Change a Thing by Loving Caliber. Oh, that's right. I'll cue that up for you. I can work on it? Okay. So this is something that Storm has said we can work on. So if I put Storm on the poll, that's what we're working on. Okay. Oops, hello? Please. Hold on. Okay. That's queued up for you, lovely laugh. So that's Storm. Okay. And then what we were working on last week is actually our horror game starting soon screen, which looks like this. So we can keep on working on this. This will be animated as well. Like the fingers are going to do like that kind of a thing. So we can work on that some more if you would like to. And if you want to see how stuff comes together for an animated scene, then you can. And that's queued up for you, Strat. And last but not least, the last thing we can work on is our rather overdue New Year's Eve celebration, which will be just NYE. Okay? Tau, Storm, are you both aware you saw World Open in Discord? Yeah. Oops. Okay, so let me minimize and I'll put these on the poll so that you guys can vote. So we have, in no particular order, horror starting soon. We have, oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Okay, what are we working on? Horror starting soon. We've got NYE. We've got Storm. We've got Alex Calm, and we have Strat, okay? I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes. Please do vote. This will determine what we work on today. That fit looks so comfy, doesn't it? It does, yeah. I was like, especially, so I don't know if you've seen my reference, lovely politely, but let me show you. Where are we? There we go. Yeah, so my reference politely, I actually wear a cloak much of the time. And for that outfit, I was like, oh, we're gonna have sleeping clothes based off of this pattern. Please do vote, Cutie Pies. It's pretty close. We have horror starting soon and Storm are pretty much equal right now. Eat seems to be the easiest thing. My apprentice has introduced me to Twitch, and it is a little of a content shock. There are so many friendly people in groups, though. They say to say main, oh, M-A-E-N. It was some sort of greeting, which I'm unsure how to spell. Eat! Are you a part of the Monstera pack, the Monstera crew? That's morning, afternoon, evening, night. It's an inclusive greeting for everybody all over the world, sweetheart. But it's a pleasure to have you in here. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, I would love to know who your apprentice is. It sounds like they are a friend of ours. I meant to click Storm, but voted NYE. Oh, oh, good, sweetheart, oh, good. Everyone could use some nice sleeping clothes. I agree politely. There's nothing worse than having like scratchy, uncomfortable sleeping clothes. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Oh, it ends in 1 minute. Oh, it's really close right now. I'll just stand by for 1 minute, 1 more minute. It's very, very close. Practically even for horror and Storm, especially if we consider that the NYE vote goes for Storm. We have 7 for horror, 6 for Storm, basically. I lost my stream streak. Aw, sweetest face, that's okay, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you back. How are you doing? Thank you for coming in. All right, I'm gonna preemptively open the horror one real quick. Because it's looking like we'll probably work on this guy. Me, I'm the guy. I'm the guy, let's work on me. 0%, I'm so sorry, Alex. That's all right. I will be fixing that arm and getting that to you probably in the next day or two. I'm not sure about the Swiss cheese plant. No, they shared a photo of one of my mama dogs. Oh, she's a red merle shep. Oh, you're Monstera's contact for baby papadoos. Oh, I love. Okay, amazing. Very, very good. I know who you are now. That's so cool. Are you going to be, do you have homes for all the puppies? Doing okay? Oh, that's good, Space. I'm happy to hear that. Hi there, amazing Artie. Welcome in. How are you? How's the Palsona one coming along? The New Year's Eve one, Aussie. I haven't really worked on that. I'm kind of only working on that on stream because I've got a lot of other stuff that I owe art for, particularly to like Storm and Strat and Alex at the moment. So, and I've also been working on some pals. Oh, if you guys want to know what the, hold on, I'll show you real quick. If you guys want to know what the chibi style characters wind up looking like, I'll show you some recent completions. 1 second. One sec. I actually even have a Monstera one from fairly recent. I can show you guys. Hold on. And one more. There we go. Okay, so if you want to know, like, if you would like to know what we what kind of stuff we are working on for when we get those those 50 subbies. So this is one of the more recent chibi style characters. We've also got this one that was recently finished as well. We've got this one that was finished for Cutie Kata. And we've also got this one that was finished for a friend of mine. So this is the kind of style that you get when because I also, like, for the record, I do also have commissions open over on VGen if you want to just buy a chibi style character. But if you want to support the channel and also be put into a raffle for it, then this is the kind of stuff that you get. Okay? So I hope that kind of helps to exemplify what we're talking about. And now we will get into our artworking. Let's draw some horror. Rah, 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 rah. All right. Hold on, I'm gonna push my keyboard up a little. Oh, I'm keeping one of my young niece's graduation to be trained as a surface animal, but all the rest are signed to good individual homes. That's awesome, lovely Eat. How cute. You have some really cute puppadoos. I have an Australian Shepherd, and seeing those little pictures of the jelly beans reminds me of when I first was getting photos of Coda. So cute. Sweetest Solar, I have queued that up for you. All right, let me see here. I'm gonna go through and name everything at some point, but that point is not right now. What the fuck? What is that? Hello? Oh my god, you can drag around with this new... Can I... What? It has a... They've updated my iPad so that it functions like a fucking Apple laptop. What the fuck? That's crazy. Sorry, you guys can't actually see this. Let me see if I can like shrink this so you can see. This is bizarre. Holy, what? Look at this. It's got, if I drag this, what the, look, it functions like a fucking laptop. That's so odd. I kind of hate it. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna have to figure this out. I'm gonna go, might come back in a bit. Oh, good, sweetheart. Please take care of yourself, okay? We'll see you soon. Fuck, how do I fix this? How do I, like, get it back to... There's, like, a... Oh my god, that's insane. That's so weird. Yo, that's weird. That's so weird. Nanabi, I'm not sure if you were, like, listening in, but this literally just updated, like, while I've been streaming, so I haven't had a chance to look at this new update, and that is... bizarre. That is really, really weird. Interesting. Mine doesn't do that, though. I think it said I needed an update. Yes. Yeah, it's probably this update, sweetheart. Yeah, because I just now updated it, like, as we've been streaming. Like, we didn't start drawing until just now because it was in the process of updating. So yeah, I've never seen this before. Do you use Procreate? I do, lovely Nanabi. Do you? Just got a call from work. No! I won't hold that for too long, but Joyous Jazzy, no worries, sweetheart. We'll see you soon, okay? Thank you so much for dropping in. Okay, let me see here. I'm just gonna grab that. I wonder if it would be a good idea to just... Okay. Okay. And I think that we will probably... So, I recently caught up with The Pit, and now I am watching Heated Rivalry, and I need to catch up with a bunch of anime, but yesterday was my live action catch up, and yeah. What have you guys been watching? It's nice to see a fellow Aussie guardian in the wild. They need their little tasks and exercise, but are such a special breed. They really are. They really are. I was actually, just this morning, I brought Coda out with his herding egg, and then we did about 20 minutes of trick training, and then we did some sniffing, and then we went for a jog, and now he's asleep. I like when he sleeps because he's incredibly cute, and also it means that he's not stressing the fuck out. Shadows of My Past is queued up for you, lovely little Mac. Hi, there's Elizara. How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I use Clip Studio. That's fair, Nanabi. I actually would love to, like, get used to and learn Clip Studio, but I don't know it well enough. And when I first started using it ages ago, I was used to it, but then I haven't touched it for about 5 or 6 years. And I checked back in and I was like, I don't know what any of this is now. Have the stream playing through a Bluetooth speaker. Let's go, Artie. Thank you so much for lurking. I'm so glad that I can fill your home with the dulcet tones of my voice. Need to watch anime too, but no time. I still haven't seen the ones on my list. I need to take a break to watch some anime. You should also to sleep. I are back. Max eating adorable because food's around. Classic. I've been watching Mighty Nine. I want to see that so bad. I agree. I promised Nate that I wouldn't watch it without him, though. It's also why I haven't watched Sentenced to be a Hero yet, because I promised Nate that I won't watch that with him. But it's difficult because we only have like 2 nights a week where we have time to watch anime together. So, Critical Role Campaign 2 animated show, because I am not bothering with Vox, but live shows. Flex and I are watching Canada's Drag Race, and I'm rewatching Supernatural. Nice. Actually, a lot of my friends are rewatching Supernatural at the moment. Is it that time of year? I feel like I only use 20% of the features, but for me, the 3D models were a literal game changer. They are. Those are incredible. That's so cool. I also am not sure if my iPad could handle some of this stuff at the moment, because it already crashes occasionally with, my iPad's almost 4 years old. And I have many gigabytes, possibly hundreds of gigabytes of stuff in my Procreate folder. Colors is queued up for you, Sweet Strap. I've been seeing Supernatural clips on TikTok a lot, so I want to see what it's about. Have you not seen it either, Alex? I've actually never watched it. That's the thing. I've never watched it, but I keep on hearing from people that it's really good. Whoops. "15 seasons. That's incredible. Like House, Castle, The Rookie, Supernatural, Buffy, Dexter. Yeah, I have seen House, Buffy, and Dexter. I haven't seen The Rookie. I haven't seen Castle, and haven't seen Supernatural. I have seen Sherlock, though. I really liked Sherlock until the final episode. Boo. I was actually recently talking to a friend about the Sherlock final episode, and I was like, and they were saying, "Oh yeah, I know there were a lot of people who thought that it was gonna be like a fake out moment," and I was like, "Yeah, I was one of those." I thought it was gonna be a fake out, and it wasn't. Boo! Terrible ending. Supernatural got an anime series. What? When? I'll be honest, I always drop off after 10 and then restart it again and never watch the new ones. Are the new ones not good, or are you just like 10 seasons is enough? I've seen a bit of Dexter. I actually loved Dexter. That's another one up until like the final couple episodes. Then it turned trash. Sucks. The Rookie? What is The Rookie about? Grimm and Houdini and Doyle? Which only had 1 season, but it's so good, and I'm sad they discontinued it. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Carry on my wayward son. That's queued up for you, Little Mac. Good song. I've seen the anime of Supernatural, but not the show. It's only got a season. Oh, was it not very popular? The Rookie is copaganda? Copaganda, my favorite genre of TV show. Copaganda. I haven't heard that. How long is the queue? Very. I don't know if I see the end of it. Oh, I do see the end of it, just barely. There is, it is, if someone requests one more song, I will no longer see the end of the queue. Yeah. It's Nathan Fillion in a semi-funny, semi-serious cop show, but really well done. Do you know what I ran across today on Twitter, which is normally a cesspool, but today served me well, was the Japanese dub of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's really funny. I actually want to rewatch it with, like, in Japanese. It's really, really funny. The first clip I saw was when they have, when he's making them sing I Want It That Way from Backstreet Boys for the lineup to find out who killed this woman's brother. And they actually sing it. And it's really, really funny. And then I saw there were a couple of really funny clips. Did you request a song? I did. This was from last week, though. We're still in last week's music is all. I have queued that up for you, Strat. The anime was more of a miniseries. Oh, okay. The Pit is really good too. That was a newer one. Yeah, I really liked The Pit. I'm not a big like medical drama fan, but I feel like because they're not actively fucking each other, like literally fucking each other, like everyone seems to in every other like medical drama, I'm actually quite enjoying it because I've also heard that it's probably the most accurate medical show. And yeah, I think it's really good. I think it's really good. I think I might tilt that in a little. And this one too, inward. Yes, yes! Go-getters! I will cue that up for you, sweetest Strat. I love this song. Let's go. Medical is my new field of study. It starts next week. Oh, wow. Dr. Pepper, what do you want to get into? What medical field specifically do you want to get into? Hold on, I gotta get rid of the hands. What are you gonna animate this in, Tau? Does Procreate have an animation function? It does, but it's really basic. I'll be animating it in the new version. I'm gonna need to take some time to learn it, but the new also Little Mac, how long are these songs? Because I'm not taking a song request for over 5-minute songs anymore either. Because they wind up just being too long. But if this is it looks like it's 4 minutes, so that should be fine. 4.5 minutes. Yeah, but I'm gonna be using Procreate Dreams, actually, Colwood. So I was using it even when people were fucking hating it, and to be honest, it was not a very good animation program. But apparently it's gotten much better, like relearning the whole program because they've overhauled the entire thing. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Right now, ambulance, down the line, doctor. That's really cool. That's amazing, sweetheart. Well, thank you for going out there and helping people, seriously. And eat, let's see. Do you have preferred pronouns? She or they are probably pretty good for me, lovely eat. I kind of accept any, to be honest. I'm gender fluid IRL, but when I'm online, I present as she or they. Alex, I will cue that up for you right now, honey. McDonald's in the Pentagon is queued up for you. Let's see. My mom is a doctor, so I have her in my corner. Oh, that's so cool, Dr. Pepper. That's great. She'll be able to give you any kind of advice or anything that you need. I'd like to learn human anatomy someday, create a full mental map of the human body's organs, bones, muscles, glands, veins, and nerves, and copying them over to metal. Are you a metallurgist, Alex? I've been considering leaning spine 2D. Oh, yeah, I've heard lots of good stuff about that. The problem for me is I spend so much time at my computer that, like, when I am not streaming or working on my other jobs, I want to be elsewhere. So it has to be something that I can have on my iPad. And I don't think Spine 2D allows that. My buddy said since I learned Cubism that Spine would be stupid easy in comparison. I have definitely heard that as well. Do you accept Pretty Little Lady? No, I don't. But you can request that song if you want to. Thank you for confirming. My pleasure. Excellent, Eve. No worries. I'm a nothing at the moment, but I aspire to replace the faults of flesh with the certainty of steel. Wow. That's very poetic of you. Very poetic. Let's see. I shall, because I know you love it deep down in your heart. Mm. It's that meme, tired of looking at bad screen work computer. Can't wait to go home and look at good screen home computer. That's exactly right, Colin, except all of my screens are at home, which is so real. I am the same way. It's true. It's like you finish up at work and you're just like, wow. Oh, my eyes, they sting after staring at this computer for so many hours. Oh, I can't wait to take my eyes off of it. Then you get home and you're like, oh, well, this is a very different screen. This is a great screen. It's great for my eyes. I have no migraines. Orca, welcome back, sweetie pie. How are you? I work from home. No relief from the same screen. Well, it's a good one, so that's a plus. That is good, Strat. I'm happy to hear that. After work today, I have the new Magic the Gathering set event, Fairyland set. That's exciting, Storm. Are you going to a local place to play some, or just gonna buy it and bring it home and stare at how pretty the art is, or? Hi, Cutie Caution. Nobody! Good song, Strat. Good choice. I will cue that up for you now. There we go. That's queued up for you, sweetheart. Of course. Support your local FLGS people. FLGs. Hold on. Don't tell me. Fun. Local game shop. Fun local game shop. Is that right? Friendly local game store. I was pretty close. Fun and friendly, same difference. The last art project that I was working on was a background for a chatting screen, but halfway through I realized I had a bit off. I had bit off more than I could chew. But this initial idea was to animate the different layers in live 2D. But yeah, I bit off more than I could personally do. That's fair, lovely Nana B. Did you wind up finishing it, or did you pass it off to a friend, or how did you end up rectifying that? I have queued up a bib-ba-dee-ba. Time to try underlaying. Underlayering, I'm very afraid. I have no idea how that shit works. Okay, to be honest, I actually really haven't revisited Live 2D since, well, since I made my model, like my original one. So I know you were just happy it wasn't Pretty Little Lady. Well, yeah, kind of. I didn't know Lorwyn was a fairy set. That's cool. I have a shark/fairy tattoo. A shark fairy tattoo? That's so cool! Dr. Pepper, if you'd like to join our Discord and share a picture of it, you are welcome to. I'd love to see it. I knew it. I'm very afraid, man, but it is so out of my wheelhouse. But her OC is so freaking cool. That's awesome, Cole. I can't wait to see the progress of it. Hold on, do I want to flip this? It won't really matter that much. The hair's going to cover the notch. Fairies, elves, goblins, etc. All part of the Feylands from various cultures, especially Celtic. That's so cool. Thank you for the care package, outstanding Orca. Thank you, sweetheart. Let's see. Me starting another model before finishing the rig on mine is also very on brand. You do what makes you happy, sweetheart. You do what makes you happy. The thing is, you're not doing this as a full-time job, so you have no obligation to like stress yourself out by working on something you don't feel like working on. You know what I mean? Layer check. Oh, okay, all good. Thank you. I appreciate that, sweetheart. Also, Abby's for Orca. Yay! Good Orca. I'll make sure I send progress pics. Can't wait to see, sweetheart. Cannot wait to see. How's Flex been doing, by the way, Cutie Colwood? It's been a minute since we've seen him. That's what I keep telling you. You don't have a deadline. Oh, I do. This is my job. I do have a deadline. One day, maybe. I'm so tired of my dumbass office job. Oh, no, Colwood. I hope that you would be liking it. I'm so sorry you're not. Oh, no. Oh, I mean for stream stuff. Well, that's true, but I want it to be my full-time job. He's at camp right now. Oh, like enjoying camp or no? Like at work camp, work camp. Why is this playing again? It's a different song. This is the Weird Al version, and the previous one was the original. Deadline is end of stream today. Oh, fuck. There's no way I'll make that. Hi, Radical Realm. How are you, sweetheart? It's good to see you. Sweetest sandpaper. Sup, 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 71, sup, 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 71, sup, 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 71, sup, 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 on somewhere in between, but work camp. He's up there for 15 days this time. Whoa, which he is not a fan of. That is a long time. This is the gangster version. You can just keep streaming until you meet the deadline. Unfortunately, I have friends that we're going to meet up with today. And they would not be thrilled if I was like, sorry, guys. I'm just still drawing myself being terrified and dragged away into the darkness, so. Lady Maria, I will cue that up for you, amazing Alex. There we go. Yep, queued that up for you. It would have been 24 days straight, but he has a non-reschedulable appointment he has to go to. Holy, I bet he's thankful for that. Wow, that's crazy. If only it was pleasure camping. He's on site in the middle of nowhere, like 4 hours north of our home. Fuck. That sucks. I'm so sorry for Flex. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, I don't think that would show up. Okay. Let me see how many layers. Yikes. I'm gonna need more than 6 layers. That's all right. We've got, let's see. We've got both of the arms and hands on this. I'll probably transfer. I'll probably need all the rest of all those layers again for the hair, I reckon. We'll do that. I spy a notch in the art's eyebrow. That's not a Tiny Witcher Red Dead Redemption reference, is it? No, it's how my eyebrow is IRL. That's why my character also has it. Oh, it's over here on this side. I flip my art back and forth, so I generally don't put anything that's not easily movable until I decide on which side I want. So that I have a severe problem with art leaning even after all these years. So technically this is the right angle. Thank you for the head pat, outstanding orca. Thank you very much, sweetheart. But with that said, we do love Witcher and Red Dead here. We are big fans, big fans. In fact, I'm the biggest fan of Witcher 3. Ozzy, I've queued that song up for you. Coda lick the notch, that hungry pupper. Can you imagine? That would result in so much infection if your dog just was like, or cat was just like, I'm gonna lick you so much you're going to miss hair. Yes. Okay, let's see. What have we got? We're gonna do a couple of layers here for just this strand. Because I wanna, it's gonna be like right in the middle of the face, so I want it to move convincingly. Yay! Hi, dearest Dim, welcome in, how are you? Never played RDR, but I do enjoy Witcher. You would love RDR than Orca. Let's see. Oh, it's your birthday today, dearest Dim. What's up with my hand? It's your birthday today, sweetheart. Happy birthday. Would you like me to sing you a song or just wish you a happy birthday? Happy birthday. We are officially up to today's songs. Welcome to Jolteon. Woo! My favorite. Oh, Monster, you've got it. Beautiful bubbling. Sure thing. Cue that up for ya. There we go. Let's see. Do whatever you feel. Well, I feel like happy birthday to you. How have you spent your birthday so far, dearest Dim? I wish there were less bills when I level up. Oh no, Dim, I'm sorry. Is your birthday also when you have to pay some bills? I loved RDR, but The Witcher 3 I just couldn't get into. Its combat mechanics don't click, and I hated all the city-bound, go to this character, do this request kind of quest. I got stuck on a mandatory Gwent tournament, as I hadn't been building my deck before then. What? I don't think I ever participated. I don't think I ever participated in the Gwent stuff, and I never got caught up on that. That's strange. That's really strange. But I can see why you wouldn't like it, Alex. It does have a dated, it is dated now. It's like over a decade old, so it's definitely showing its age. But I think that the story was more than enough for me to like, for it to have a permanent place in my heart, you know what I mean? It's also about time for a break, cutie pies. So, let me get one more stroke down here, and then, whoops, and then we'll go on a quick break. Actually, yeah, I think that's probably, well, no, actually, I don't like that. Hold on. Cool. Okay, I like that more. All right, you guys, we just got to go on a very quick break. But Agar, welcome in, OG Agar. How are you? It's good to see you. Long time no see, indeed. How are things going? Let's see. I just started out with the games for those. Miss Adler and Geralt are favorites so far, and Yennefer. Love the way horses and ecosystems are designed so far. It's not even the main focus, but it's really in depth. It is. It is. Both of those games are so, so good. You have a place in our hearts, Tao? Aww, you have a place in mine. I don't know, some main quest said, get this person to talk, and he'd only talk if I beat him in the tournament. I tried bribing, persuading, threatening, attacking, killing, nothing? That's really strange. I 100%ed that game too, so that's crazy. Witcher 3 fighting was janky for sure, but I agree the story was great. Yeah, the fighting was not excellent, but as a heads up, if you're joining the Discord, be sure to read the rules very closely. That is right. That is right. Yes, please make sure that you read the rules very, very closely. Hello, amazing Agar. Long time no see indeed. It's going okay. I'm just brainstorming an AMV small animation I want to do to celebrate Sonic's 35th anniversary. And I got the right song for it, but I need a plan to execute it. Oh, just brainstorming. That's cool. What is the... So is the AMV all Sonic then? I got the right song for it. What song have you chosen, Agar? I read the Discord rules. Don't know. I think I saw... Let me see. I don't know where I put my Discord. Hold on. Wordle. Wordle. I'm still in it. I'm still in it. Yeah, okay. Cool. Let's see. Yeah, cool. All right. Let's not put the secret word in the chat. For an invitation, Discord, please be careful about sharing the secret word. Yes, correct, correct. And Julius, hi Julius, how are you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. It's more of a small history recap of Sonic, and want to include the battles he's had with like other rivals and enemies turned friends. Oh, that's cool, Agar. I hope you have a good time with it. Tao is reaching out to get us. Help me! I'm just kidding. It's fine. And wow, very fast response. Yeah, look at me go. I'm quick today. But we are going to slow it down because Zahando! We do have to go on a quick break, cutie pies. Yeah, break time. Please make sure that you guys hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Listen up, I love you so very much. And I'll see you so very soon. Just so you know, we do still have, let's see, almost 4 hours left of stream. So please continue to hang around if you're enjoying the vibe. Please feel free to request music. And I will see you guys in 3. Love you lots. Mwah.
Recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if
I thought that was a redeem, dude. Fuck. Sorry. You sound like Raven from Cartoon Network Teen Titans. I am so flattered. Oh my god, when you do that voice, oh my god, I could totally see that. Robin, you don't even know what you're talking about. I'm going to my room. Tao, are you an etcetera-maniac or a so on and so forthian? Oh, I think I'm an etcetera-maniac. Etcetera-maniac. correct myself and be like, "Psh, old Tau couldn't do it, but now current Tau can, etc.
Say so on and so forth.
Very much.
I am also setting you up with a boss battle. Please feel free to enjoy, and I'll see you in 3 hours. I'm knocking my head against the mic again.
Off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if
I thought that was a redeem, dude. Fuck. Sorry. Tau joins the VTuber army. 4 VTubers mysteriously stop streaming. Do you know what time you'll be starting, sweetest save? Save and community, I am a newbie. I am a little baby sprout in the realms of Final Fantasy XIV. Of Eosia. I am a monk, level 59, baby. I have it from a good source, which is all of you guys. That
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Storm. That we are almost done with, Can I heal him? Oh, die! You're gonna die! You're gonna die, kid! Hold on. What? No! I haven't saved. What? My mom sound, you sound beautiful! You showed your mom! Loves mom! Thank you, Mom. Mommy. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, loves Mom. Thank you for the care back. Like, hello. Would you like to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our Lady Savior and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my god, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right. Maybe we need to have a Nath was right. How so kind and sweet, could not deny anything in the face of it. Yeah! Wait. Can I have one of your horses, please? Please? They're so cool. You will. Hello, hello, hello! Hi, cuties! I missed you. Welcome back, welcome back. Sweetest Storm! Grabby, grabby, grabby. And... whee! Ah, you passed! Thank you for the bell, Dex, sweetest so jazzy. Tau's a fun person with a good heart, sweetheart. No, you are. All of you are. Ozzy, Abby's for you. Welcome back, you beautiful being. Good, Ozzy. Lovely love. Abby's. Yee. Good love. You caught it. What'd you catch? Excellent, darling.
Eugene. Abby's. Yeah, good. Good, Eugene, and excellent and sweetest Sir Jazzy. How are you? Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back, excellent Eat. Raw, darling, indeed. Outstanding Orca. Abby's. Good, Orca. Hi, precious Poogie. Long time no see. How are you doing? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. How are you? How are you? Welcome back. Weeba, Nido Nanabi. Weeba. How are you? All right. Let me see. I'm good. Just been busy. Fair enough, sweetheart. Fair enough. I hope you have been enjoying the busyness. I was going to share the tattoo pics in IRL. Cool. Yeah, that's totally cool, lovely Dr. Pepper. I'm excited to see it. Oh, you got the pal portrait. That is very impressive. Very impressive. Work things are patched up. Yes. Excellent, sweetest Sir Jazzy. Well, welcome back to the realm of relaxation. We're happy to have you back. All right. Let me see here. Always spooky to have to go into a live server and kill tasks. Yikes! Yes, that would be scary. That would be I can hang up the rod now. Fishing career over. Let me see here. Where is... Okay, cool. I wanted to see if you post it in there. The tattoo. Oh, whoa! The shark fairy is so cool! That's amazing! Whoa, that looks really, really cool. That's sick! Oh, damn, that's really cool. How long ago did you get that? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for sharing, hon. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Fabulous Fuzzy, sweetheart, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are not a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I need to get a tattoo someday. Well, what would you like, Alex? I'm actually genuinely, I'm kind of surprised. I thought that you would probably have a tattoo by now. You just strike me as the type to enjoy tattoos is all. This is just to confirm. Thank you, Ozzy. Also, hey, yo, cutie court. Welcome in. How you doing? Sorry, 1 second. I'm just I'm just gonna shout out a friend of mine real quick. Lovely Save. He's a sweetheart, and if you happen to like Hearthstone, you should definitely go check him out. He's awesome. He's come in here. He's often in here. I think he'd probably be in here if he weren't. Oh, he's here. I think he'd often be in here, but he's streaming is what I was gonna say. Oh, sorry, I forgot again. Ah, the boss belt. There you go. Sorry. Go ahead. But please do check out Lovely Save. He's a sweetheart. He's an amazing streamer. He's very interactive, and he's an incredible Hearthstone player. He is the Einstein of Hearthstone, is what I would say about that. Not that I know anything about Hearthstone, but I insist that I am correct about that. Hair physics! Hi there, beautiful bear. How are you? And Jeannie! Hello, gorgeous Jeannie. How are you? I am doing well. Guess what? What should I guess? Do you know the bell-bearing hunter from Elden Ring? Guy in thorn-wrapped armor with a squared copper greatsword who uses arcane to swing the sword remotely, uses his willpower to overcome a punishment that was administered for only doing what he was told to. I don't know that, but I can picture this character. What is going on with my hand? What is it seeing that has like a hand? Is there a ghost in here? What the fuck? Sorry. Thank you very much for posting that in there, Ozzy. I will definitely have a look. Oh.
Dirty onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
Yee! Thank you for my song, Eugene. Much appreciated. No ghost. Aliens. My PlayStation account hit the 6th anniversary today. Nice, Jeannie. Congratulations. All rise for the Aussie national anthem. I wouldn't mind having a tattoo at some point. If I do get a few, I know for a fact I want a lambda symbol for Half-Life, a piranha plant, and a Blaze the Cat Life icon. I can't picture this cart, but it sounds very unique. It sounds very cool. Thank you for the lurk, sweet Astra. I will queue up Welcome to the Black Parade for you, darling. There we go. For now, I'll play 6 games in 6 days, starting today. Ooh, which games do you have on the docket for that, Jeannie? I can't keep a straight face when that song plays every single time. Oops. Went a little too crazy with that one. I'd also love the classical painting of fallen angel tattooed somewhere, and the Sandevistan from Cyberpunk Edge Runners down my back. That would be really cool. Also, well done on the boss battle, guys, especially because I was an idiot and did not let you see it for 5 minutes. I just got told off for chair dancing because, and I quote, others can't hear the clearly banger music. I mean, it is clearly banger. We don't make the rules. More tattoos I want to share? Sure thing, Dr. Pepper. Sure thing. As long as they're in, like, appropriate places, go for it. Oops. Fuck. Okay. Oh, 1 second. I just gotta open my references real quick. Oh god, it's fucked up my albums as well, this goddamn update. Urgh! That's fine. We will adapt. Overcome and adapt. Okay, I have adapted. It's fine. It wasn't that big a deal. I'm so dramatic. Okay. Sad to hear that's fairly common. Well, with beer, coffee, or otherwise, cheers. Yeah, cheers! Yeah, fuck them. If you're enjoying your dancing, then you enjoy your dancing. If you're enjoying your music, you enjoy your music. All right, let me see here. All right, I gotta get another puffed here, probably. Yeah, right about there is good. I need to do a couple of layers of this so that they will sway convincingly and not just be like this one note. I'll get the basses down first, and then we'll move that. Error 404. I really like your name. That's a really fun way to write that. Hello there, excellent Error. How are you? Hold on, I got gifted a sub here. Congratulations, sweetheart. Welcome to the plush pouch. I hope you enjoy the handmade emotes and the ad-free viewing. How goes the arting? It goes great. We're actually currently working on a starting soon screen for when we do horror games. Scary. How are you doing though, Error? Welcome, welcome. So glad you got gifted a subby. I have Red Dead Online, but I've never played. Hogwarts Legacy, same, never played. Harry Potter Quidditch Champion, never played. Borderlands 1, never played. Metro Redux, never played. Last one is... I was thinking playing Give Me a Random Game, and I'll see if I have it so it can become my 6th anniversary game to play. Wow, you're going to play all of those, like all the way through? Thank you for the save, Gorgeous Genie. Appreciate it. I wonder if there will be a time where a lot of young ones not know what a 404 is. I doubt it, because I think 404 is going to be used even when we're like operating with holograms. Doing all right. Today was rough, so trying to reset mentally. Oh, hon, I'm so sorry today was a rough day for you, sweetheart. Well, if you would like to have a place to just chill out, be zen, and relax, this is a good spot for that. I'm not like an ASMR artist or anything, but I can promise you that this is a very safe, secure space that you're not going to be like teased in or anything like that. It's about some R&R with a casual bit of cozy chaos. So if that sounds enjoyable, please feel free to stick around. If not, no worries. I do want you to do whatever makes you feel good today, whatever's making you feel not exhausted from the day, whatever helps with that. Please make sure that that you're doing it. A random game. Oh, Cryptid the Necrodancer is a good suggestion. Are male nipples in the picture appropriate? It's okay if no. Yeah, that's fine. Go for it. HTTP error codes will be around as long as the internet is. Yes, Red, exactly. No, I won't play them to complete them, just to be any of them. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Look, the young ones still don't understand the physical save icon that some people have around, like the floppy disk, you mean? I don't promise that I will bully you back, Alex. Don't bully the pals. Just be wary of error 418. What is 418, Red? And welcome back, Nix. Hello! I had a teacher friend tell me that they 3D printed a save icon when they showed a student a floppy disk. That's so funny, dude. Holy. Probably gonna stick around here for a bit. Vibes are seemingly unhinged. They are indeed unhinged in a good way. They're like barely hinged. They're safely hinged, but only the absolute minimal amount of safe. I hope to set up an internet modem startup sound redeem on my channel at some bit. That'd be really fun, Error. That's actually a really fun idea. But that sounds great. I hope that you enjoy your time hanging out with us, sweetheart. We're lurker friendly as well, so if you don't feel like talking, you're welcome to just vibe and be zen. If you like to chat, I'm very interactive, so.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Yeah, exactly. Should I, when you guys tell me to save things, should I record that? And that should be the audio cue? Oh, hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. How are you, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you. Error 418 is I'm a teapot. No, I'm not joking. Wait, what? As in, if you connect a teapot to the internet or something, then it's just acknowledging that it is? When does that come up? Having that as exclamation points could be fun. That's true. Sweetest So Jazzy, do you mind putting that in the suggestions for stream in the Discord so that I don't forget? Because I've already forgotten what I said. I've already forgotten what I fucking said. Thank you for the care package, Obtuse. We much appreciate it, sweetie. I saw a video, likely faked, of a toddler learning 1 through 10 on an iPad with their mom, and they knew the 6, 7 meme before they knew what the numbers 6 and 7 were. It's natural. It's all natural. It was put in entirely as a joke, but is now permanently part of the error codes, and no plans have ever been made to change it. That is incredible. Wow, that is an ancient meme that definitely grew legs and ran away. 6, 7 is unnatural. Hi, Cutie Core. Welcome in. How are you? Before I redeem song requests, what are you feeling? Rap, alt rock, pop, EDM? Great question, lovely Era. Honestly, you're welcome to request anything you like, as long as you just first read the pinned message. And just to make it easier on you, I'm happy to just read that. So number 1, it has to be on Spotify. Number 2 is please avoid anything that's like triggering, bigoted, or offensive. Number 3 is please avoid music with a lot of screaming or shouting or gangster rap. And then please do use the song request channel point redeem. But besides that, you can pick. I'm happy with hip hop, folk, EDM, pop, rock, anime, whatever you like, really. Whatever you want to hear. Just please know that it gets added to the queue, and we do have a bit of an extensive queue at the moment. That is in no way me trying to discourage you. In fact, please request so that it does eventually come up. Yeah, go for it, sweetie. I'm excited to hear your song requests. Hello, dearest Nix. I will soon begin drawing another Dispel. Which one should I do next? Oh, do Sonar. Do Sonar. Hi, Cutie Core. How are you doing? Where would be a good place to show the images for potential tattoos? Probably in art. Just make sure that you credit the artist, if that's cool. So no screamo metal? No screamo metal. I will skip anything that is screaming type stuff. I see. Yeah, we'll do. Amazing, Arrow. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with. All right, let me see here. What is this? Oh, that's right. I'm doing this part. I think it'd be really interesting to one day have like a poll or something to find out how many people found the channel because they were gifted subs, because I think that's happened a few times. And it always makes me so incredibly happy because then I'm like, oh, hello, surprise. But obviously it also makes me really happy when people just randomly decide to click on us. But I am very curious how people find us. I often ask. I don't need to ask you, Error, since you already told me, but all right, stop the music. Cosmo Sheldrake. All right, sweetheart, I will cue that up for you right now. I'm excited to listen to that. There you go, queued up. Thank you very much. It happened a lot during the streamathon. It did. That was really cool. That means I'll be doing Sonar in PAL form and in Bat PAL form. I love it. Sounds good, Nix. Can't wait to see. I find you fabulous. Aw, Car, that's so cute. I find you fabulous. haven't listened to Sheldrake in a minute. Ah, Sweet is so jazzy, you know Sheldrake. Okay, this is good. This means that Error has convinced me already that he's got really good, or they've got really, really good opinions. Music taste. Posted in an art channel. All right, let me have a quick look, cutie cart. Let me see here. Oh my god, Aspen put some really cute art up here. That's adorable. Cute. Okay. Oh, Pendo did a really nice piece of art as well. Ooh, would any of these make for good tattoos? I reckon so. I really like this one. This is very cool. Stark, like black and white, for example, instead of the purple would stick around for a long time. This could be really cool, but I'm always hesitant with like pixel art because it can blow out really easily. This would be another good one that would be the Blaze one for sure. Half-Life as well. Yeah. Is this Blaze? I agree. I agree with Dolly. With Dahlia. But yeah, good choices, cutie cart. Very good choices. Rogue supremacy. All right, let me see. Now we got to do a couple more layers here. Fuck, I just rubbed my eye and forgot that I had makeup on. Now I have fucked up my eye makeup. Dances to Dice song. When I get my first tattoo, eventually I was thinking of getting one of the signs from one of the signers from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5DS. Interesting. Is there any way to see the song cue? When you ask, I can show it to you. This is what's in the queue right now. There you go, down to there. So everything from Stop the Music. There you go. Up to there. Holy Q, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But the good news is for Error and Alex, quick reminder for anybody actually, even if we don't get through all of the music today, I don't touch Spotify. I'm actually not that big of a music person. I don't really touch Spotify, except for during streams. So anything that we don't get to today goes on to the next week's playlist. And then that does mean that sometimes you have to wait 2 hours into stream to get to the music that you requested in the first minute of stream. But it also means that we listen to everything and it's not a waste of your points. I have been contemplating if I want to stay in the server, though. No one did anything to make me want to leave. Oh, want to stay in the server. No one did anything to make me want to leave. I just feel like I haven't really contributed much of anything there. Oh, cutie cart. Well, sweetie, I know that I speak for all the precious pals when I say if you want to leave, if that is something you want to do, then please don't feel like locked to us. However, just because you haven't said anything for a while, or just because you don't feel like you've contributed is in no way... We have a lot of precious pals who are just lurkers even in the Discord, and that's also more than fine. There's no problem with that. But I know a lot of people also have like multiple servers and they're like, I need to clean this up. I never visit this one, so I'm leaving. You know, that's fine. Don't even worry about it. We won't take any offense. And if you still want to come into streams, you are welcome to, and of course would be welcome. We would love to have you. And again, if you want to stick around in the Discord, even if you don't say anything, we'd love to have you. But don't feel obligated, okay? And don't feel like anyone's going to hold it against you or come chasing you down and be like, so Kurt, I saw that you left the Discord. What's up with that? We won't do that. That is totally up to you. We love you and want you to be happy and satisfied with however you are keeping your Discord and wherever you are in your Discord. So yeah, no hard feelings at all. Be with you is queued up for you, sweetest said it. I posted some more tattoos in IRL. Amazing. Lovely Dr. Pepper. I will have a look. Hi, Precious Perry. How are you? Literally all I do in the server is post memes, play Wordle, and lurk. Do not worry. Exactly. And we love you. We love you for it, Precious Perry. That one might be hard to find. I think I found it. Be with you by Mondays. Yeah, I've got it. You did something of your own volition? How dare you? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Error. You found it? Yeah, easy. I just copied Be With You by Mondays and it came up with Be With You single Mondays. And it looks like it's a person underwater or something. Yeah. Okay, let me go look at these tattoos real quick. Whoa, look at all these. Oh my God, these are cool, bud. Wow, look at all of them. Did you like, are most of these flash or did you decide, I'm on that one. I see me. I have a screenshot. Or like what made you want to get some of these? This is really cool. Oh, I like the swirl on your hand and the jellyfish coming up your arm. A little Lego guy's cute. That's so cool. Whoa, the rocket ship with the like T-Rex. These are awesome, hun. Very cool. That's so sick. Oh my gosh. Hardware store is queued up for you, cutie cards. There we go. I still waffle on getting a tattoo. I have a design a friend did up for me that I do really like. I just struggle with pulling that trigger. That's fair. That's not a single Tau. That has 3 songs and none are Be With You? Wait, what? Hold on. Let me show you what I'm finding here. This. Is this not the right one? This is what comes up when you put Be With You by Mondays. Is that not it? It's a single? No? No? Is that not it? Left. That is not the right one? What? How is that possible for it not to be the right one? It's literally down to the exact wording. Monday, I'm so confused. Because it says, be with you. Mondays? Is this a different band or what? Thank you so much, Strat. You sent the sound I requested. Incredible. Thank you, lovely. They don't have the song on Spotify? It's kind of funny. That's very odd. Okay. I posted my tattoo concept in the wrong server. Sorry, Alex. That's okay. You can repost in ours. Sally can't play anything not on Spotify. That is true. Send you a screenshot of what's in that single? Okay. Okay. Let me see real quick. Strat, this is so fucking good. Hold on. That's incredible. Okay, let me add a new command. Jesus. I'll tell you guys when you can test the save icon in real life. 1 second. Sound, hold on. That shit is so funny. Strat's an expert at getting these things done. It takes me like 20 minutes to do this, and he's just like, boom. 1 sec. I just gotta go grab it and put it in a spot where it's not gonna get like murdered. Let's see. Sorry, cuties, give me just a minute. This is for your own good, I swear it. There we go, alerts. Nope, that's not it, audio. I think I'm, Jesus, I think that I'm organized, and then I get into my folders and I'm like, fuck, where is everything? Hello, where's my stuff? There's an audio thing in here somewhere. Give me just a sec. I'm so sorry. What an exciting streamer. Literally. Oh, wait, is this it? Yes! Yes! Okay, I found it. Fuck me, hold on. Okay. Actually, maybe we don't need to have a redeem for save now. Maybe we maybe we just have you guys put exclamation point save in the chat. This is gonna throw save file off though when he comes into stream. Sorry, hold on. Oh my god. Fuck. Okay, I found it. Save icon. Okay. Now I just need to hold on, I just need to get some eyes on the mix it up interface. Bear with me, this might be too loud or it might be too soft.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Okay, no, that's perfect. All right, do exclamation point save in the chat so that I can test that, please.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Perfect, it's working. Thank you, Suda So Jazzy. Eugene, is it called the Globu boss fight? Because I'm not getting it. I have the entire playlist, but I don't see Globu. You need to give me more control, stream elements. I need it. There'll be a surprise. If we put too many more like commands, people will just be like, bop, 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 bop. Thank you for the save, Sudasetu. Yeah, I haven't actually put it on there yet. I might get rid of that so that I can maybe put a limit on how much people can use it if you can do it. I don't know if I can.
They made the save icon in real life!
Yeah, I think it's only one per, and I don't think it overlaps either. So if like multiple people do exclamation point save like at once, it won't just repeat itself. I think it has to finish playing. Darling, indeed. I sent you a screenshot. I do, however, have a link to the song, but I know that's not going to help you. The next best one, going by Aspen's Judgment, is Be With You by Alejandro Otero Regata. Okay. So is that what, but it was Seru who requested it. So Seru, is that what you want me to replace it with? We do get overlap between different ones, but not the same. Yeah, I think that's right. Pretty sure that's right, Strat. Which is fine with me.
Yummy. Yummy.
Not about money. It's about sending a message.
So it is. So it is. Let's see. People are arguing between 6'7" and 6'9" in the online game I'm playing. Jesus Christ. You can tell who's from which generation. We're not just about done moving to the new house, just wanting to repaint the walls so we can hang stuff up, and then we're done. That's awesome, Cutie Court. Congratulations. How good. Had time to clip and extract it during breakfast. Look at you go, Strat. Thank you so much. Ting ting, walla walla bing bang. Tell them to 6'8" 6'8" themselves. Before it gets lost in the chaos, did you get my song requests? Lock Your Gaze? Yes, that is on there. Yeah, the only one I don't have on there at the moment is Expedition 33 Globu boss fight, because I'm not seeing that when I look for it. So if there's like an actual name for it, let me know. Ting ting, walla walla bing bang. Ting ting, walla walla bing bang. Updated? What did you update, Sweetest Strat? Okay. Wait, is that an empty layer? This one? Hold on. Oh, it is. Okay. Watering the VTuber. Thank you, Nix, for watering me. I can grow big and strong and extra limbs. Thank you. This version of Witch Doctor is forever tainted thanks to the Silva Gunna remix of the Mario World athletic theme. That sounds... What just happened? What was that? What popped up on the screen? What the fuck? Oh. Okay, that's interesting. It touched my belt and it eye dropped. Very strange. That's fine. Fabulous Frostbite! How are you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing? By the way, did you see the art thumbnail? What did you think of it? I love it, Strat. It's so good. We'll have to upload it when we get the art stream up without the music. Extra limbs to lift more people up. Yay, more pals. Hi there, Nito Noah. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Just got home from work. Oh, welcome home, sweetheart. I hope work went well. Hey there, Nordic. Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Let me know if you want to make some changes. Oh, no, I think it's perfect, sweetheart. I really like it. The Globu boss fight song, I believe, is Flying Waters, Rain. Oh, it's the Flying Waters one. Okay. Hold on, I think I can probably find that one. Yep, that one I've got. Okay, I'll cue that up. Drops of Jupiter. I like that song. You got it, Ozzy. That is cute. Thank you very much. Hi, lovely Noah. It's so good to see you. You got scared of my jump scare? I did not. I was not afraid. But I am happy to see you. How are things going? I'm doing okay, I guess. And how is everyone? I'm doing very well, sweetie. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. Or, well, hope that things get better for you. I know you said you're okay. Shared the last couple tats I have. Thanks for letting me share them with the community. Very fun. Yeah, well, we love it. We're big art fans here, so let me go have a look. Oh, those are cool. Whoa. These are some very cool shapes. Huh. Those are sick. Yeah, that's really cool, hon. Awesome. Really, really sick. Your body is artwork. 150K more to go. These streams drain my reserves. Thank you, of course, lady. Thank you for coming in and thank you for showing. I'm good, just got a new job and I turned 19 the other day. Oh my gosh, Noah, happy birthday, sweetheart. And how's the new job treating you? Are you enjoying it or have you gone yet? Have you just acquired it? Okay, we're gonna need to do... Wow, that is very, very thick. Hold on. That's probably good. Okay. Now I just gotta get... Part of me wants to make these two separate thingies, but I don't know if I need to for this. Kind of far enough away from the center of the face, and then there's these other tufts instead. So, it's all right, I guess. Do you mind if I ask what the new job is? Yesterday, next month will be my 19th birthday too. Oh my gosh! Happy early birthday, cutie card. But yes, happy belated birthday to you, lovely Noah. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, wishing you one as well. Valentine's Day. Oh, shit. Cutie card, how does it feel to be born on Valentine's Day? So many young people. I know. It's awesome. We love having people. We love having people from all over the spectrum. Ow, sorry, I just hit my mic. I'm not sure if you heard that or not. The age spectrum. Age and gender spectrum. Whoops, hold up. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. We do, agrees an old. It's my 19th birthday 11 years ago. That is fair, Ozzy. That is fair. Oh yeah, heads up, guys. Tattoos are painful. This is true. I not that I know from personal experience, but yes. I'm a waiter, and a girl stranger was adamant on my number, pretty much demanded it. I got kind of spooked. Oh, yeah, no, that's harassment. Not cool. Hi there, Radical Ram. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Hello. You're gonna go sleep now. All good, cutie cart. Thank you for the lurk, honey. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, okay? I turned 28 on the 3rd this month, and I am withering away by the moment. Cold one. You are not. You are a young lass. You just feel like it. Okay. Now, let's get rid of those. I need to define the face for the rest of this. So, Song of Durin. Oh, sure, cutie Takirosh. Welcome in, terrific Taki. How are you? It's great to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. Song of Durin has been queued up for you. Certifiable hag by VTuber standards. Yeah, but anyone over like 20 is a hag to VTubers. That does not define your elderly perceptions. I turned 28 in February and I have already withered away. Boogie, no! I just got home from a massage. I'm so relaxed that I can melt into a puddle. Oh, that's great, Ram. I hope that you, well, I was going to say I hope you enjoyed, but Clearly you did. That's great. Oh, I'm so glad you're so relaxed. Is this your first massage? 26, not 28. Oh, my baby sulcata tortoise Boland is going to bed, but he says hi, stream. Oh, cute. Hi, stream. I mean, hi, Boland. No take backsies. I got to set up to do something. Underwear changing levels of scary at work, updating the BIOS on their primary use servers. Ooh, that does sound scary. Ooh, it's not even 5 a.m. here. Oh, terrific. Takirosh, do you want to go to sleep? Go back to sleep. Dine and Dash leaving me to pay half the check due to policy reasons. That's fucked. Oh, I'm so sorry, Noah. You're hopefully if you report that to your manager or something, they'll put her on a list or something. That's yucky. By VTuber logic, I am absolutely ancient then. Yeah, exactly. So am I. Oh, it's your second. Okay. And are you going to keep on getting them? You haven't even gone to sleep yet. What? Ducky! Holy crap, sweetheart. I'm gonna see what happens if we just copy this. Well, wrong button, probably, yeah. What's this look like if we are perfectly and exactly... These backwards? Is this still fucking backwards? Fuck. Ah! Ah! Yeah, that's too far. Sleepy puppy! Hi, sweetheart Sleepy. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Yes, because they're covered by Medicare, so I get cheaper fares. What? Where do I get free massages from Medicare? I have met you. You have the energy of a mid to late 20-year-old. Ah, thank you. I can be better. Excellent error, huh, sweetheart? Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for deciding to follow us, sweetie pie. I really appreciate it. I did eventually get my money back, and the next day I got tipped 60%. Good, good. That's a positive, but that's stressful in the time. I've passed from mid-20s to early 30s since I was 18. That was 23 years ago. Wow, Tucky, that's impressive. Can I get your genes? Jesus, like, I do not. People have always thought I'm older than I am, which is just a tragedy for me. There is never a good scenario where people think you're older than you are, because when you're young and they think you're older than you are, they let you into some stuff that you should not be allowed into. When you're old and they think you're older, then that's just flat out insulting. There's no fucking positive to people thinking you're older than you are. Wait, I wasn't even followed. That's okay. I try not to pressure anyone into following, but I'm so glad you decided to, sweetie. Thank you so much. VTuber grannies, that's hip. Yeah, Sunny boy. Oh, fuck. Hold on. My phone's gonna die. AKA my camera. 1 second. We cannot let this happen. Are you charging? Okay, good. How much? Ooh, fuck. I did not charge that. Okay. With age comes wisdom. As I said, kind of ageless. I'm jealous. Can I be ageless? What about renting 40-year plus super adult content? Wait, what? What? And in a lot of cases, with age comes just being older and no wisdom at all. Also true. Also true. Can vouch. When you start to say back in my day, I've been saying back in my day for a long time. I did grow, my parents are quite old though, so I think that that's probably part of it, because I grew up with parents who, as I was growing up and quoting things or listening to the music my parents listened to or watching the stuff my parents watched and things like that, people were always like, Jesus, Tao, you were so old. And I'm like, I'm not, I'm the same age as you. And they're like, yeah, but you seem really old. And I'm like, thanks. Appreciate that. I've been doing that for 20 years, started at the age of 10. I got asked if I was still studying when I went to update my ID yesterday. That's why Asians should not shave. I need these Asian genes, dude. I'm never gonna, everyone always thinks I'm older than I am. I hate it. I would love to be young, considered young. You can't be that old, like 31. I don't really say my age, but I'm old by VTuber standards. I'll say that. I'm Norse. Can I have some of them Norse genes too? I'm thinking of the Futurama episode where Professor D ages and says, 53 years old? Oh no, I need a fake ID to rent Oh, okay, it's Futurama. I haven't seen Futurama. I need to watch it. I do need to watch it. All right, let's shape. Fuck. Ah. Yudari. Hello, Yudari. How are you? Good show, recommend. A lot of people have recommended. I just haven't gotten a chance to watch it or haven't gotten into it. Sci-fi stuff is probably the surest way to turn me off of things, unfortunately. Although I loved Firefly, so maybe not exactly. Are you like a tree and to get your age, we cut you in half and count the pixel rings? Maybe, but let's not cut the thylacine in half. What happens if I blow everything up? You're not allowed to do that. No blowing things up. Don't a lot of Aussies have British ancestry? A lot of them do, but a lot of them also have like European or Asian ancestry because there's been so much immigration in the last like 100 years or so. Back in my day, we didn't have days, so we said back in my age. Oh, Poogie is 187 years old. No, that's my favorite thing to do. I mean, we have like a destruction room in the pouch if you want, and that enables you to do whatever you want, and it won't hurt the rest of the pouch. Sharpener by Cave Town. I do love Cave Town. I will cue that up for you, lovely Noah. There we go. I think my favorite song by them is about the 14-year-old boy. I just think it's so apt. And the indigenous. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, I'm thinking about like the demographics, and really tragically, there's not a whole lot of indigenous people left. We can just redeem the retro and count the rings where the legs used to be. That is clever, Core. That is clever. Yes, you could do that. Cut the thylacine. Sure, let me look for the bone sock. Next, no! No more lore for you if you cut me in half. One Angry Dwarf and 200 Solemn Faces by Ben Folds 5. These are fascinating names. Sure. Let's try it. That is queued up for you, honey. Let's see. Time for a break? Oh, fuck, it is. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not gonna say I'm trying to get better about cursing because I'm not really actively trying, but I'm realizing more and more because I didn't curse very much when I was with my parents because they always give me this look. They're like, Tao, that's a very bad word. I'm like, yeah, but I'm out of your house, so suck it. And they're like, but while you're in my house, you don't curse like that. So now I notice when I do it, and I hate that. Speaking of cursing, I will get all the lore if I saw you in half. Oh, you think it's like a piñata? Like it all just comes tumbling out? Wouldn't you rather work for the lore, though? You don't just want it given to you. That's not fun. What is this? This chin is not doing me favors. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay, we will. I don't like this. This chin is not. Hold on. Once I get the chin right, we will go on a quick break. And I promise to look up and talk to you. I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. I'm locked in.
Lizard, lizard,
Lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard, lizard, lizard,
Lizard. Thank you for the lizarding, sweetest storm.
lizard.
Alex Keith, I will. Sounds very strange to be like, Alex Keith. There we go. That's queued up. And Constellations by Grant is cute. Those are queued up for you as well. Sweetest. Sir Jazzy. All right, let me catch up with you guys and then we'll go on a quick break. Let's see. Yeah, I'm calling your parents over. No! Don't tell them! The most aggressive lore drop ever, right? Fine, it is more satisfying. Yes. I live to lore another day. Gonna send them a heartwarming message that you have been missing them. I want to be told the Tau lore by a soft-spoken Australian man who made his whole channel around storytelling. Vati Vidya. I would love to listen to this person. That sounds soothing as hell. You just have to give it an uppercut and it'll be perfect. My kid just looked like the Grim Reaper for Halloween. However, his skull mask was canid instead. Ooh, and his scythe was a little future tech. I made the mask and the scythe. His nan made his robes. That's so cool, Taki. Oh, that's awesome. But her aim is improving. Yeah. All right, cutie pies, let's go on a very quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is LC Meds reminder in case you need to take any medications in 5 minutes. Listen, I miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Mwah.
Tau joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stop streaming. My mom you sound beautiful. You showed your mom. Loves mom. Thank you, mom. Mommy. Thank you, mom. Thank you, loves mom. Thank you for the care back. Tau joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stop streaming. Do you know what time you'll be starting, sweetest Save? Save and community, I am a newbie. I am a little baby sprout in the realms of Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I am a monk, level 59, baby. I have it from a good source, which is all of you guys. That
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Storm. That we are almost done with,
Snotty Tau Tau. That was not actually my nose. That was me. Just don't worry. That's throat sounds. What, like a... Welcome into Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome.
those are cool. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! What are you doing out of the water? Illegal! 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 Kill it! Kill it! This is illegal! Get back to where you came from! You little shit! Oh! Did I get him? Nice. Good job. Very much. I am also setting you up with a boss battle. Please feel free to enjoy, and I'll see you in 3 hours. Knocking my head against the mic again.
Are you an etcetera-maniac or a so on and so forthian? Oh, I think I'm an etcetera-maniac.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can't do it.
I say etc.
I was gonna correct myself and be like, old Tau couldn't do it, but now current Tau can. Etc.
Say so on and so forth.
Just the way you say See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot. Can I have one of your horses, please? Please. They're so cool. Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Yeah, exactly.
Can I heal him?
Oh, you're gonna die. You're gonna die, kid.
Hold on.
What? Oh, hi, cutie pies. Welcome back. I missed you terribly, but I'm so happy to be back. Hi. Also, cutie claws and paws, welcome in. How are you doing? It's your first live stream. Sweetheart, may I ask how you found us? How cool. Thank you for coming on in. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I gotta, there we go. Boop. There we go. But no worries. No, we don't end stream for another like 3 hours, almost 3 hours. Lovely love. Some uppies for you. Yee, good love. Welcome back, sweetest strat. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies. Yee, good Aussie. Welcome back, Nix Potato Slice Jam Slice. Uppies. Yee, good Nix. Welcome back, cutie claws. Welcome back, amazing Alex. Claus, yeah, I would love to know, how did you find us? And, aw, Ram, sweetheart, thank you so much for letting me pick one. Let's see, what do I want to listen to? How about... Sailor Song. Let's listen to that one. Thank you, hun. Had to post a pic of the Canid skull mask. Yeah, let me have a look. That sounds really cool. Oh my God, Strat, 2 years and almost 8 months. That's crazy. I just found out that I've been following you for 6 months. Holy crap, Noah, I'm so grateful. I was just looking at stuff. Oh, well, it is a pleasure to meet you, sweetie. And then I found you. Amazing. Well, welcome in, darling. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. For anybody here who's lurking or who doesn't quite know who I am, and to just kind of welcome you in, cutie claws. Hi there, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer. I'm based in Tassie, Australia. And as you can see, I'm an artist. So on Fridays, Aussie time, we do art. The reason this kind of looks odd at the moment is because we're going to be animating it later. So I have to put, I have to overshoot the lines, basically. It'll make a lot of sense once we get to the animation part. Some of the other stuff that we do, though, on Sundays, we are playing through Persona 5 for the very first time. Please don't spoil anything for me. It's my very first time playing any Persona game ever, and I'm having a great time with it. On Mondays, we play Final Fantasy 14. You guys actually get to come on in and join us for any trials, tribulations, raids, dungeons. I'm still a baby, though. We just finished A Realm Reborn, and we are in, like, the story patch, so we're not even into Heavensward yet. So, still a baby, but having a great time with it. Also first time playing through that, so please no spoilers. On Tuesdays, we are playing Pokemon ZA. Pokemon ZA. And that's a great time. We're having a wonderful time with that. And that's pretty much everything at the moment. And occasionally we'll do like special streams. Like we actually have quite a few special streams that I need to line up. We have like coming up on 3 Sakurako box tasting evenings. We also have to arrange a storytelling stream where you guys send in stories for me to read, because I'm a trained voice actor and narrator. So I like to read your stuff for those. And we also have a night where I need to get I need to arrange when we're gonna do a community game night on stream. So yeah, lots of cool stuff, sweetie pie. Lots of cool stuff. I will be letting you guys know probably like a week in advance of when we're doing all of those things so that you have time to keep up with it. If those are things you want to do. But yeah, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, cutie claws. Absolutely. if you do enjoy the vibes here, do consider checking me out on other platforms. That's twoo. How far are you in Persona? We have just finished. I have been saying this for a while, but I'm going to keep on saying it so that no one accidentally spoils stuff. We have just finished the second palace, Madarame's palace. So do not say anything beyond Madarame's palace, please. What kind of story? You guys can submit anything as long as it is written by you. That means no AI. I don't even want you to edit it with AI. If you need someone to edit it, please post it in our Discord and ask for someone to edit it, or go to a friend or a family member. But just let's not use AI for it. And it needs to be within Twitch and our own TOS. So nothing triggering, no slurs, like no, nothing that's, like I said, nothing triggering. So let's keep away from really, really violent or grotesque content. A little bit of blood is fine. We have had some really talented writers submitting really amazing stories that do involve like death, but let's stay away from things like dismemberment and assault and stuff like that. You can also submit, if you are not a writer yourself, you can also submit things that are in the public domain that also add up to being appropriate for Twitch and our own TOS. Okay. Let's see. I made it easy to find. I tagged you in art. Oh, amazing, Taki. Thank you so much. I will go and check it out in a moment. We have 3 of those. I can't wait to see you check it out. I saw cute little stuff I want you to use once you open this month's box. I'm so excited. I'll start with last month's box. I don't think we're going to do 3 boxes in one night. I think we'll have to split it up a bit. Probably one every week for a few weeks. Thank you for the care package, Magnificent. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. I love AI hate. I also love AI hate. In fact, I should probably mention something just real quick so that it's not just like me trying to pull attention away from it. But I've recently been talking to a few friends, and I've gotten some feedback from some precious pals about, I'm very against Gen AI. And yet for a long time, I have had Tangia up with the opportunity to utilize celebrity voices or character voices, which is Gen AI. Now, the reason, I want to tell you the reason why I've left that up for such a long time. And the reason is because in my mind, the main issue with Gen AI is that it takes jobs away from real people. I kind of rationalized in my mind that was okay because people like The Rock or the Ford F-150 guy, I'm not taking any jobs from them by letting you guys use their voices in 5 or 10 second clips. But it is very bad for the environment, and it is hypocritical. So I'm owning up to that, and we are no longer going to have any generative voices in this community. And I know that kind of sucks because we have some people who have said who have some really great things for these characters to say, but I don't want to be a hypocrite. I am literally one big part of my brand, for those of you who don't know, is that I'm a huge proponent for ecological and environmental conservation, and I'm not really helping with that by keeping Gen AI alive on my channel in any capacity. As such, we are removing it permanently. I hope you don't mind. We still have TTS up for our little pal over there. And I read a lot of what you guys say, and when I can, I try to mimic voices and stuff. But yes, I hope you understand that why I've gotten rid of that. The only short stories I've made are esoteric stuff that make no sense. Dark Souls lore-esque. I mean, I'm happy to read cool lore. I love cool lore. I'll actually be here on Sunday. Nice! I don't have work. I have the day off to finish packing and then spending the rest of the day in Melbourne to catch an early flight on Monday. Nice, lovely lab. That's very exciting, sweetheart. I hope you have a great time wherever you're going as well on Monday. You likely need to assess my story to see if it's appropriate for your story time. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. Our wonderful Knights of the Pouch, aka the mods, will be going through and either check marking or like reacting with a heart or thumbs up or something to content that is appropriate. And I will be looking at that as I go through. And if they put an X on something, that means there is something in there that I will not, that means I'm not going to read it like at all, unless they message me and say, hey, Tau, there's like one section in here, just skip that. It still makes sense or something like that. But yeah, if they put an X there, then that means it's a no-go. Okay. You found me on YouTube. Oh, amazing. Oh, you're going to sub. Thank you so much for the support, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Also, huge thanks to all of you who have supported over on YouTube by just like leaving the VODs on to help us get to our 4K watch hours so that we can monetize over there. That'll be amazing. Also, the pollution Gen AI creates. Exactly. That's right. We are one sub away from 800 subs on YouTube. Amazing. No AI? Good. I hate AI. Hi, Stream Hub. Welcome in. How are you? That's fine and understandable? Yeah, good. I'm glad you guys think so. That is fine, Tao. You're owning up to it. Aw, thanks, sweetheart. It's why I'm surprised they haven't offered a more robust TTS option for us to use. The TTS tech is way less computational / environmentally expensive than AI. That's true. That is true. Completely understandable why you did have it, but I am glad to hear you reconsider and control your future actions as necessary. You're honest, and we've always loved that about you. Aw, thank you, Dustin. I appreciate that. Yeah, listen, I wasn't trying to be like, obviously I wasn't trying to like hide it from you guys or anything, but yeah, after some discussions and a couple of people who have like approached me and very respectfully, you know, explained some stuff, I was like, you know, you are 100% right. I do need to get rid of that. 802 subs. Let's go. Thank you so much, Noah. I really appreciate that, hun. And you're working on a fanfic. What's the fanfic for, Cutie Claws? Oh, it's for Wings of Fire. Very cool. Very cool. We will let people know if there's an issue. Don't worry and feel free to post. Yes, absolutely. All aboard. Let's go. We just crossed 800 subs. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Absolutely amazing. Oh, actually, that reminds me. You can submit fan fiction as long as it's still appropriate, because we did read, was it Aspen's How to Train Your Dragon fanfic that we read last time? As far as I'm aware, the environmental effects of Gen AI haven't really become a big, well-known thing until recently, too. So if you didn't realize it back then hey, we all learn. That is true. I will confess, I've known that it's bad for the environment for a long time. But it is also true that it's not... So to be completely clear, I have actually done research on this. To be clear, when you guys use ChatGPT or Tangia AI or something to generate things, it's not great for the environment, but that individually is actually only taking about a bottle of water only. However, the problem is it's not the individual that's the issue, right? It's the overarching cooling of the entire grid, right? To cool the grid in preparation for all of the thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of people who are using AI. That is devastating for the environment. So it helps if you just don't use it. So please, let's not use it. Bottle of water plus quantity of use, not great. Yeah, I do understand that one. Yeah, exactly. You have a One Piece fanfic. That's awesome. You have all the books, Claus. Very nice, very nice. Even poems are fine. That's true. I'm happy to read poetry. I'm happy to read prose. I'm happy to read chapters or lore or whatever. Yeah, whatever. As long as it is within our TOS and Twitch's TOS. We also read my fanfic. That is true. We did indeed. We did indeed. And the methane power generators set up next to towns to power Gen AI mega servers, polluting air quality and creating noise. Yeah, really, really, really terrible. It's really bad stuff. That's why I'm so against it. And why we're also just not even gonna have it in Tangia anymore. Did you know I like drawing too? That's awesome, Cutie Claws. Would you like to share your art with us? If you would, we do have a Discord, ! Discord. And then if you would like to join that, you can post your artwork as long as it's not NSFW. It has to be safe for work. but you are welcome to share it with us in the art channel. Plus with the stuff with built-in GPT like Google AI means every single time you search something on Google, it takes a bottle unless you turn it off. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Error. That sucks. It's really a shame because there's so many things that people don't actually realize because they're not actively being like, hey, generate a photo of, or hey, ask ChatGPT, blah, 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 right? Like, there's a lot of innocent people who don't understand what they're doing simply because of how integrated, like, the tech companies are trying to make this stuff, which is fucked. It sucks. You should have to opt into this stuff, in my opinion. Uprising is queued up for you, awesome Aussie. Boop. There we go. I must admit, I always thought of using stuff like ChatGPT as being lazy, unimaginative, and stultifying. It is, and that's been proven actually. People who are relying more and more on ChatGPT for things, even if it's just like editing things, or refining their writing. I hear that so much, and I'm just like, just learn English instead. Like just go to your friends or your family, or do some research on grammar or whatever. Like. It has actually been proven that, particularly for young people, but just adults also, they lose substantially their critical thinking and comprehension skills when they use and rely on ChatGPT a lot. It's true. I draw whenever I can. That's awesome, Cutie Claus. We'd love to see it. That makes things easier for me as well, because now I have less things to censor on YouTube because half the AI stuff falls under copyright. Yep, that is true, Strat. That's a very good point. Cutie Koi, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. We're working on something that will be animated, which is why there's all these overlays and stuff. But hi, how are you doing? Let me see here. One sec. Let me just scroll. You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Koi Celestia, the enchanting koi girl who has graced us with her presence. This trans femme streamer's variety content is lit from Minecraft to Control. She's LGBTQ friendly and talks to chat like a true monarch. Welcome to the pond. Hello, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you? Have some nerds. Hi, sweetheart. Hello, and Sweetest Silver. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. By the way, before I get anything from you guys, I do recognize that Frosty Tools is technically using Gen AI for that, but oh wait, no, actually that's not Gen AI. That's ChatGPT. I'm pretty sure that's what that is, which is also not great. However, I think that this particular use of it is so minimal that it's like it presents a lot more of a benefit for everybody getting to know the person who's coming in. Rather than me having to say, introduce yourself, tell us everything you do, when is your stream, you know, what I mean? But Cutie Koi, hi, sorry, we're just talking about like Gen AI and how bad it is for the environment and stuff like that.
What is the capital of Tasmania? The letter T.
So it is. But yes, lovely, welcome. How was your stream? What did you do? And when is your next stream, sweetheart? I wanted AI to do my chores so I was free to think and create. Instead, we got AI to think and create so we can work more. Yeah, exactly. That's my motto as well. I fucking hate that. Okay. But yes, lovely. Please let us know when your next stream is. And hey, while you do, here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol?
Hmm.
What's your dream?
to make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go!
Feel free to join the patch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the patch. Yay! But yes, welcome in, Cutie Koi, and your lovely community. Much appreciated. In my opinion, AI needs to be regulated. 100% agree. It really does. Stream was okay, mostly just calm. Calm Minecraft vibes today. I'm not sure if I'm streaming tomorrow or not yet, since I'll be out with a friend playing Magic, but I plan on playing more Control this weekend. Awesome, Cutie Koi. Fantastic. Well, you guys, please check out the lovely Cutie Koi, who it sounds like will be streaming, maybe streaming tomorrow. But definitely will be playing more Control this weekend. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, Sweetie Pie, and thank you so much for the care package, Ozzy. Well, that was cool. Did you like that, Dr. Pepper? Thank you so much. I'm glad you did. Banned for advertising your stream on stream. Thank you so very much, Terrific Tucky, for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Banned for advertising your stream on stream. It's not me advertising. I'm just letting everyone know who I am without me having to go through it all. My friend was really mean. What? He tried to choke you. What? I think it's a good idea for you to get out of that friendship clause, definitely. All right, let's see here. I think we can probably start getting away with coloring here. Actually, hold on. What am I doing? Oh, hello? That's the wrong. Where's the... Oh, I see. Okay. Oh yes, sorry. Let me go see what I want to see this. I want to see this. Oh, wait, where's the... Oh, wow. Taki, that's a really cool mask. Holy shit. Holy crap, that's so sick. That's so creepy. That's amazing. That is really cool, Taki. Excellent work. Excellent work. It's going to be interesting learning to animate a PNG model. I'm so used to traditional animation, so seeing this reminds me of what I have to learn. Oh, seeing the art. Yeah, no, this'll if you guys vote for it, once we do finish all of the coloring and stuff, I will let you decide if you want me to show you how I'm animating it, because I'm not doing frame by frame. I'll be using it, there'll be some frame by frame, but mostly it'll be tweening, like using Procreate Dreams to like have, you know, 60 frames a second basically. Thank you, Tao. Thank you for sharing, and thank you so much for your patience while I was getting caught up with everything else. Hi there, Cutie King. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, Word? That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, absolutely. No, of course. And then if you guys are interested in Procreate Dreams, maybe I'll learn how to use it live on stream. Fuck it, we'll do it live. I'm so glad your friends are gonna be helping you, Cutie Claws. I must admit, I went for creepy and old. Yes, creepy and old is how I would describe that. It's really cool. It looks amazing. All right, let me see here. Whoops. Okay, let's put some blushies on this little face here. We should probably put some little blood too. A little bit of blushies, a little bit of blood. Not too much, don't worry. I am your comfort character and I will not be dying on this day. I also need to put little freckles. Wee, look at the cheekies. Ooh, the cheeks. Heat zones, heat zones. Heat zones, 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 zones.
Lizard, lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard, lizard.
Thank you for the lizarding, Storm.
Lizard.
lizard,
Fuck, every time. I'm glad you're doing well, Cutie King. Hi, Cutie Cat, welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. Text message with a woman, me. You're pretty, her. Aw, thanks so much. Me internally, how did she know? I need to put blood on this. 4 seconds later, whee, that's me. The outside cat that I let inside at night, Garfield, says hello. Aw, cute. Hello, Garfield. Fun fact, but my friends are Therians. If you know what that is, I do know what Therians are. I've been a part of the furry and accompanying communities for quite a while, so that's very cool. Should we get Tau a lizard button? I don't know if we need one. I feel like we have lots of lizards, lots of lizarding. All right, let's see. Hold on, was that, did I put, oh my God, why? Stop it, I don't want you to, ah! Aha, okay, we gotta put the clipping mask on. All right, freckle time, freckle time. Try. Okay. Cool. Wonderful. Tau, since Cutie King gave us the opportunity, could you add this,
Tau
please?
question
Oh, yeah,
of the
course.
day. Is there a piece of media you excited for in 2026, be it a movie, TV show, game you have talked about yet?
That I haven't talked about yet? I'm really excited for Link Click Season 3. I would be shocked if I haven't said that yet. But I know that I've already talked about how excited I am for Blood of Dawnwalker and Monster Hunter Stories 3. So since I've talked about those, and I don't necessarily think that I've said, obviously I've talked about Link Click, but I don't know if I've said that the 3rd season's coming out this year. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Ah! That's probably my answer to that, lovely Nick. Thank you for the ask. That's a very interesting question. What about you? Why did I think you could be Lara Croft? A lot of people think that, damn, which is so funny. I mean, it speaks to like my outdoorsy, adventurous vibe and everything. Yeah, I promise you I was not inspired by Lara Croft, but I do enjoy Tomb Raider. I love sushi. Me too, Cutie Claws. Me too. My middle finger is locking painfully when it's curled, not straight. Don't worry about that. That's probably not good, Storm. See a doctor. See a doctor. What's my favorite food? I love corn. Sorry, that was probably like right in the ear. Holy, thought I would do a quick alliance raid in 14 for funds, but at the top of the last break and ended up peeling one of the deadliest runs I've seen. Holy shit. Thank you for feeding me, Sweet Storm. What happened, Sweet Sujazi? Were they just not used to the raid or what? Is this that Baby No Money song? No, this is Kenshi Yodazu. It's the Chainsaw Man song, if that is better. That art is so good. Oh, thank you, Cutie Claws, if you're talking about me. Otherwise, I'm sure that whoever you were talking about appreciates it. You did say that. What about Odyssey? What is Odyssey? Me, I'm excited for the new... Wait, is there a new Tomb Raider game coming out? Is there really? I didn't know that. It's me. Aw, thank you, cutie claws. I appreciate it, sweetheart. Thank you, thank you. Gotta watch Chainsaw Man season 2. You should. It's very good. This movie by Nolan that is coming out this year? Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I could probably be convinced to go and see that. Oh, okay. Let's put blood on everybody. I love drawing blood, you guys. It's a really fun. It's really fun. The raid has done a ton of mechanics that are fairly punishing on their own, but back to back, they dropped everyone in my team at least twice. Oh shit, that's yikes. That's rough, Jazzy. Fuck, I'm sorry. I hope they're not being mean to you about it, are they? Let's get bloody. Yeah, blood for the blood god. The art is so pretty. Thank you so much, Cutie Claws. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, darling. 2 new Tomb games. The first, a remake of the original, and the second, a whole new one. Really? Okay. That does sound pretty cool. Do you know what the dates are for that? Okay. Let's see here. I know that you guys don't know this about me because I don't talk about it very much on stream because obviously I don't want this space to be that, but I do really enjoy drawing blood. I really like drawing like edgy shit. It takes me back to my youth. Nah, we won't mask that. I also just kind of like drawing like fluids, like saliva and blood and shit. I know I'm just excited for WoW Midnight to come out. Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. I am quite excited for that as well. I don't know if I'll be playing through it, but I am excited to hear about it. Ow, the edge. That's right. Tau drawing blood? Fuck, I should be careful. Edgy Tau. Is that so? Youth? You mean it takes you back to last week? Hey! Wait, I don't think I've been edgy since I've been streaming, hopefully. Hopefully I haven't made you guys feel like I'm edgy. I feel like being edgy precludes me from being cozy. Ooh, this will also be a really cool opportunity to do some... I'm not going to animate blood droplets on this one, but I am going to animate some lighting, I think, that will make it look like not dried blood. Pixel art is something I want to get into. I love doing pixel art. It's been so long. It's been so long since I've gotten to do pixel art, but I do love it. I can't wait to see you play Monster Hunter Stories 3. It'll be so much fun. It will be fun. I'm really excited about it. You need an emo model. Hi, Precious Possum. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing? Thank you so much for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. No, but you were a youth last week, and the implication, Tau. Take the compliment, darn it. You don't take compliments from me. Thank you, Storm. I'm playing old school RuneScape, killing red dragons. Very cool. How long have you been playing Osiris? I hope they add more stuff to the battle mechanics. They might, but I actually don't think that they need to do too much more. It's pretty complex. Once you get into, like, in Monster Hunter Stories, once you're trying to match up, like, the ideal, like, monsty type and the type of monster itself, like power, tech, or speed, I think, and you're trying to be as efficient as possible with your weapon, like, it's reasonably complex, especially to keep up with all the different monsters that they've got. But they might add more stuff, possibly. How's it going? It's going great, Precious Possum. Thank you for asking. How are you? I find that funny. I have so many angsty scenes I want to see come to life, but have been too afraid to ask because I don't want to overstep my boundaries that artists have. I'll have to keep that in mind for if I commission you. Yeah, absolutely. Please do. The only thing that I don't publicly take is like NSFW, as in like sexually explicit commissions. But violent stuff, I'm pretty much cool with that. There are some exceptions. I don't really want to be drawing like a multitude of highly detailed severed body parts and stuff. But I I am happy to work on things off stream that are far more brutal, I would say. Because you're more often telling me off for not sleeping, Tau. You don't need to compliment me. Of course I do. You deserve it. For the Tomb Raider games, none have been revealed yet. The first one, at least this year, and the second one, no news yet. Oh, okay. Are they made by 2 different studios? I kind of want to try Monster Hunter Wilds, but that's a hefty investment on it, maybe. It is really fun, Alex. We played it for quite a while, and then for some reason, after literally, like, I want to say, like, 4 to 6 months of playing it, it just, like, the performance tanked. Like, it was totally fine. When everyone was talking about what bad performance they had in Wilds, I was like, I have no clue what you're talking about. Boop, 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 boop. But then, like, 4 to 6 months in, we were playing, and I turned the graphics all the way down, and it was still, like, 10 frames a second. It was miserable. And I'm like, well, I can't play this way. It's going, started playing Z. Nice, Possum. Are you enjoying it? I've been playing a long time, but I just bought a 1-month membership recently. Nice. Oh, that's exciting. Are you enjoying the whole new world? Hi there, Crocodile. How are you? December 18, 2025, I got married to my girlfriend. I have a mass day today, and I have my wife in my arms right now, waiting for my driver to get here. And bruh, my heart is gonna melt if she looks at me one more time. She's so hot. I love her. I'm so glad you're so in love, sweetheart. That is awesome. And congratulations on your marriage. I want to see more battle environment stuff, like environmental effects. That would be pretty cool. Stop! Oh, sweetie! Thank you so much for contributing to the puppy dog's cooling bed. He's a hot dog, so he would really appreciate it, since we have aircon only in one room of the house. And he's like always pressed up against it. And I'm like, I would love it if I could keep you cool elsewhere, like in our room. Thank you so much, Storm. That is so generous. Thank you so much for contributing to the puppy dog's new bed. Thank you, sweetie pie. I really appreciate it. Alex, I was thinking what a Lara Croft Survivor would be like ability-wise. Ooh, that would be interesting, Damon. That would be interesting. I would never ask any artist to draw something that is sexual to any extent. Yeah. Good call. Oh, and Dead by Daylight. Gotcha. I'm like, isn't Lara Croft inherently a survivor? But you mean in DBD. Got it. Let's see. Did you hear that some hacker discovered what the major cause of the wild slowdown issues was? I saw that, was it Dahlia that posted something about it checks if you have how much DLC you have. The problem is I have all of the available DLC and it's still tanked for me. So I don't think that's accurate, if that's what you're talking about. I'm glad you're having so much fun with it, Possum.
What?
Oh my gosh! Anon, whoever that is, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet. Thank you for donating 10 pounds to the puppy's cooling bed. Here, stop choking me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for taking such good care of my little baby doggy boy. Apparently, Wild excessively checks if you have DLC installed. Constantly queries your machine to check for it. The hacker disabled DLC checks and instantly solved most of the slowdown issues. Oh, it's that kind of thing. I thought Capcom was being dirty and scummy and being like, psych. You actually, if you don't buy DLCs, then we don't want to serve you. But it sounds like it's just unintentional and still kind of fucked up. I meant to have a match, not math. I got you, Croc. I got you. At some point, could we see a portrait of some, if not all, of our chibis together? Oh, that might be tough. I think I probably have 100 chibis by now. My favorite games are Dead Plate, Cold Front, and Elevator Hitch. I have never heard of any of those, actually. They sound like horror games, are they? Move On was for the end of the last. Oh, fair enough. It was Anon. Damn. Oh, wait, is it you, Alex? I'm probably the only Brit awake to donate now. Alex, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, honey. Thank you for caring so much for my little baby boy. Thank you. That is a crazy early time. I love the creature. Hold on. Let me show you guys some pictures of my creature, so you guys know who's going to be laying in this bed. 1 second. Okay, there's so many pictures of him. I cannot even... Hold on, I gotta find the cutest one. How about this one? Hold on. How about this one? This is the cutest picture. I love that face. That was actually I love that picture. I'm so glad. Yeah, he's very... You expect pics in return? Hold on, I'll find some more. In fact, I might... You know what? You guys deserve a treat. Let me find a video of him. Hold on. Oh my god, go away, update. Okay. Let me see here. Oh. I need it to not mirror because I don't know if there's... I'm gonna dox myself. Okay. We might have to deal with just pics because I can't seem to... It's like not showing me the video first. Actually, you know what I'll do? Hold on. I'm gonna let me just move this real quick. I'll watch it over here first and then I'll let you guys see it. This is worth it, trust me. He's so cute. Okay, here. Look at him. Isn't he cute? Baby. Okay, hold on. I got more. What about this one? Oh my god, he's such a dummy. He's so cute and stupid. Okay, he likes to chew on... Here, I'll show you this. He likes to chew on toilet paper rolls, so one of them got stuck under here, and he got it, and then he was like, fuck you, Mom, and and then he's like, yeah, leave me alone. Don't even look at me! Let me see. Oh, you want to see him when he was a baby? He's so small. So tiny. Hold on. So we got him these, oh, he's so cute. We got him, here you go. Look at this little guy. We got him a bamboo stick. When he was a baby. So cute. The jumps, I know, he's so cute. Let me see if this one was one. Why is everything no? Why is he's such a dumb, he's so dumb. Oh, do you want to see him with his mommy? So this is actually before we got him. So there's no risk of me doxing myself with this one because I'm not in this. I was not physically there. This is the guy we got him from, and that's his little sister, who's bigger than him. And that's his mommy. There's him. He's so cute. He's so tiny. He is. Okay, I'll show you one more, and then we'll go back to drawing. Oh god, those needle teeth. Fuck, I remember these. This is also before we got him. So this is the guy we got him from, playing with him. You can see how scuffed his hands are because of the little needle teeth from all the puppies. But he's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. I love it. You should see his reaction to one of those cardboard rolls inside the wrapping paper rolls. cardboard rolls instead of the wrapping paper rolls. Oh, you know what I do? I make up like Kongs for him every week. It takes like an hour and a half, but it's worth it. And what we do is we actually wrap some of his bickies in the toilet paper rolls, and I wet them, and then I can close them a little bit around the food, and then I throw them into different corners of the yard. And then he goes and gets them, and then they're all wet and disgusting and ready to go into recycling. But yeah, he's pretty cute, you guys. He's pretty baby. So that is what you guys are helping with. Oh my god, I have to show you this photo. This was when we were socializing him. he met. I think this golden was. I want to say he was 8 or 9. And then there's little Coda. He's so cute. Almost 4 hours when my request finally came through. Oh, I'm so sorry, Dustin. It's official. I'm stealing your dog. He's too cute. He is, isn't he so cute? But yeah, I just love this face. It's so cute. Coda judging Tao for showing his photos. He looks like he could judge, but oh, the puppies. Hold on. Let me look at all those puppy pictures. 1 second. There. Baby. Why does it do that? Why is it going back over? Very rude. That's pretty much it though. He's just like, honestly, I have like 7,000 pictures and I think about 5K of them are my dog. He's my little baby. All right, we'll get Brick to work and look it. Here he is again. Let mom sleep. Hideki Naganuma. Okay. I will cue that up for you, honey. Hello? There we go. Queued it up. Let's see. Mom, stop showing my potential pouch friends my baby photos. Never. Gonna toss this here and actually go to sleep now. Oh, absolutely, dearest Dustin, honey. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. What kind of a dog do you have, Claus? I'm holding my bearded dragon now. He's sleeping on my belly. How cute. Get doxxed. I now know your face, name, address, and all the information I could ever need as a hacker. Well, luckily that's doubtful because I did not show anything. But that is the struggle. That is the struggle when you're trying to show cute dog photos. Have a go, dearest Dustin. The hurdles I just went through to talk in stream was madness. My friend got banned from stream months ago, and that also banned my phone number with it. So only after months, I got banned from talking in chat today because my number was banned. Only took like 6 months. I just had to take my number off Twitch account and restart my PC. Well, welcome in, hun. Welcome in. Lizard, 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 bearded, dragon, lizard, lizard, lizard. You found a baby photo of Evie. Oh, I will have a look. I will have a look. Okay, let me go see. Sorry, we will actually start drawing in a moment. I swear, I promise. If we're talking pets, I got a great German Shepherd pupper, having to rehome him because I'm heading into the military. Oh, I'm sorry, Error. That's rough, but I'm so glad you've enjoyed your time with him. That's really great. Let me see here. Oh my god. It's a pile of puppies. The dream is to convert an XL van into a living space and have a large dog that doesn't know it's too big to be a laptop. I'd want him, I'd name him Howie, short for 155mm howitzer ballistic cannon. Jesus. That's so funny. That's very cute, Ozzy. I love. What a baby. Aurelius, the bearded dragon, is such a little sweetheart. That's really cute. That's a great name. I think that's Evie on the right. They're all just like cute little black blobs. Very baby. No, I don't think we actually need the drippy. I think that's probably fine. I heard you looked over. That's so cute. I have a cat named Drago, and he is very clingy. If I am somewhere in the house, he has to be next to me. Oh, Velcro puppies. I'd also like a cat named Guy, short for Geiger counter for his purrs warned me of local ionizing radiation. Alex, holy shit. Reddy, hi there, Radical Reddy. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. The blood looks so good. Oh, thank you, hon. I haven't even started doing like the convincing shading part yet, but I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, honey. You hear the goat scream. Beautiful band. Welcome in. How are you doing? So Tau's getting bloody in this art. So what was it? A cow? Tau and cat fight? A cow fight. This will be for our starting soon screen for our next horror game. Ooh, you know what I always really like? I like how in anime they do this thing where they like have it go over the eyeball. Oh, actually, we've got hair there, so I need to make sure that, because that's gonna move. The hair will move. Oops, hello? Actually, no, we will do this. We'll do this behind the eye completely. No, fuck. No! Fuck! My worst nightmare. Way more scary than this artwork. Fuck! Oh, shit! Ah, it's the wrong layer! I need someone to say, layer checked! Oh! No, wait, no, wait, stop, fuck, hold on. Your art's looking so good. Thank you, Reddy. I appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. There was a cat online I saw named Power, short for Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. What? I have a cat named Cupie, pronounced like Cupie, short for Quarter Pounder. I love Cupie. That's so cute, Colwood. You have a YouTube account. Very cool, Cutie Claws. Very cool. I hope you continue working on your masks. Okay. Okay, please tell me. Okay, yeah, okay. Where's my... Oh, fuck. Where's... What? Okay, where's the... Where's that from? Fuck, what is that on? Is that on the face layer? No. Oh, it's that... That's what I was looking for, dude. Oh. What? How did I get up there? Oh, it was because of Coda. Never mind. I was showing you guys Coda pics. That's what happened. I was so confused. Okay. Wait, where are you? Oh, God. Okay. Okay. I have to clear this from here. Now, the only thing that should have the blood layer there, that's the blood layer. Blood layer! Did you ever look at the new option menu I was working on for your game? Oh, no, sorry, hon, I forgot. If you want to put that in the art channel, I can check it out on our next break. Which actually I think is pretty much now. So I love looking at adoption/rescue centers and seeing the ridiculous full names pets have. I do love it too. My pup is named Kaiser and it fits so well. It's short for Kaiser Frederick der oh shoot, how do you pronounce that B sound? First emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, heir to the throne of Charlemagne, blessed by God. What drawing app to use? Claus, I use Procreate. Tassie's neck is now broken, isn't it? And then she comes back to life. It's a little freaky, not gonna lie. Just kidding. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Oh, this is quite scary. Sorry, guys. I promise I'm okay. It's just art. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. We're gonna, when we come back, I'm gonna actually render this properly, and then it will look a bit better. Just a tad. Where do I want lighting coming from? Behind. That's right. I want to do backlights. So we're gonna have our lightest darlings like over here. Raw, darling, indeed. Unspoke the Tau. All right, cutie pies, we do gotta go on a quick break. Darlings, it's just a 3-minute one. It's not very long. Truly just so that if you do not wish to subscribe or cannot afford to, you don't have to, and you still won't miss any content. Because for those 3 minutes, that's when I run the ads. Also, when I will, be walking away from the computer. So I'm not making content, and you should probably also walk away from the computer. Sweetie pies, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Not during the meow meow song! It's okay, Strat, I'm pausing it and rewinding it. We'll start fresh on it. All right, love you guys very much, miss you, and see you soon. Mwah.
Hold on. What? No! I haven't saved. I forgot to save the whole time I'm streaming. What? Snotty Tau Tau. That was not actually my nose, that was me. Just don't worry. That's throat sounds. Can I heal him? Oh, die! You're gonna die! You're gonna die, kid! Hold on. What? No! I haven't saved. I forgot to save the whole time I've been streaming. What? Tau joins the VTuber army. 4 VTubers mysteriously stop streaming. My mom sound, you sound beautiful. You showed your mom. Loves mom. Thank you, mom. Mommy. Thank you, mom. Thank you, loves mom. Thank you for the care back. Very much. I am also setting you up with a boss battle. Please feel free to enjoy, and I'll see you in 3 hours. I'm knocking my head against the mic again. Those are cool. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! What are you doing out of the water? Illegal! 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 Kill it! Kill it! This is illegal! Get back to where you came from! You little shit! Oh! Did I get him? Nice. Good job.
Of recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if...
I thought that was a redeem, dude. Fuck. Sorry. Just the way you say See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot. What, like a... Welcome in, Sue Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our lady, savior, and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my god, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right! Maybe we need to have a Nath was right.
It's gotta be here somewhere. Navy! Thank you for a gigantic Why is that dog licking that poor girl's foot?
Can I have one of your horses, please? Please? They're so cool. Ooh. I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Towoo, cowoo, you please you say woo 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 moo woo the woo woo best woo Tasmanian woo tiger woo woo. I certainly can woo.
Done. Oh, dance break activated.
Tao, are you an
Sorry guys, I was petting the dog. I was telling him how much I love him. Sorry, I lost track of time. I lost track of time. Hi, awesome Aussie. Welcome back, sweetie pie. Abby's. Yee! Good Aussie. Sweetest so jazzy. Welcome back. Sweet Strat. Welcome back. Lovely love. Abby's. Yee! Good love. And you weren't streaming it? I know, the worst. Welcome back, amazing Alex. Hi there. Happy hello. Abby's. Yee! Good hello. Nix. Middle slice. Jam slice. Abby's. Yee! Good Nix. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Okay. Let me grasp my iPad. Oop, yikes. Yay, we get the Meow Meow song! we do! All right, let's see here. Hello? Why is that like that? Got an exclamation point. Fish in Flex's absence. You're absolutely right. He would be disappointed if you didn't. Okay. And wee. I hope that the content I am drawing does not detract from the coziness of the atmosphere. Everything is okay, precious pals. Everything is okay. I think Twitch should have let creators create their own gift badges. They're so plain and barely any difference that it's disappointing. I agree. I agree with you, Strat. Imagine if a bunch of VTubers played a game of The Thing based on the John Carpenter 1982 film and follows Among Us rules. Oh, that'd be really funny, actually. Welcome back, Kitty Claus. All right, let's get a little brighter. All right. Oh, I forgot about the I forgot about the nose owie. The nose owie. Okay. We'll make that invisible now. Alrighty, let's color in some stuff so that I can get a solid grasp on what needs to be modified. I like horror, so maybe biased, but still cozy to me at least. Yay! Okay, good. I'm very happy to hear that. We find seeing you scary hilarious. Well, that's not great, but I guess it's better than not being entertained. The bloody art made me think of that cool idea. If you've seen the film, you know what I'm talking about. I think I did see it, but it's been a while. It's so strange watching you draw like scary. Not for me, but there's a lot of people in here, so fair game to y'all. Stuff. This is like my favorite stuff to draw. If it's not doused in blood, I'm usually not interested in drawing it. I do find like just working on any kind of liquid, like even just like water, like water like dripping off of stones or like someone who's just gotten out of the pool or something like that. I really, really like just drawing liquid. It's really fun for me. Even if you were playing Dead by Daylight with this music, I would consider it cozy. I find seeing you scary hilarious. Are you okay? Indeed, indeed. Okay, let's okay. I'm going to do this in 2 parts, I think. We're gonna... Whoa, hello? What happened there? Oh, oops. Okay. Nice! I love the dark lashes. Oops. Hold on, where am I? Oh, okay, we're starting from left. I should probably name these as we go through them, but I don't think I will. I don't think I will. Don't mind if I don't. I got Clip Studio Paint, and it's really funny to find people try to skirt like the parental filters for milk brushes. I mean, I love seeing this stuff, even on Twitter, of like, how to draw 2 balloons. How to draw a carrot. Also, you're drawing a person from a game or an OC? Claus, this is me. This is my model. See? That's this character. This is for a this is a starting soon screen for a horror game, which we rarely play. But we do play it occasionally. When we hit 3,000 followers, we will play. I really like the song. Me too, beautiful band. Me too. It's from Dantaran. What are your thoughts on liquid aura? I like aura, but it's like a liquid that flows slowly. I actually have no idea what that is, Strat. What is that? The thing is that normal people, why did I read normal people? Some people don't understand that no matter the race, we all bleed the same. Red. Dantaran does have banger songs. I mean, seeing you get jump scared, I love jump scares. I hate it. Like sus drawing tutorials, yeah, they're so funny. How to draw my eyes are up here? Yeah. We are close to that, it's true. It is close. All right, we'll do these ones next. Ah, fuck, I don't, ah, shit. I should have checked on this beforehand. Creepy Nut samples need to be studied. They are incredible. They are truly incredible. I do love them. All right. Boop. Oh, wrong. wrong one. That's the good thing about doing alpha locks is that you cannot accidentally go onto the wrong layer. We need to do this again. Ah. Do you know how Naruto transforms into his four tails form and has an aura? Something like that? I will send you a pic later. Okay, yeah, please do. I don't know. Got art tips all the time until one day it stopped showing up. Don't know why they showed up in the first place, as I only download memes and look at cool art on Twitter. Yep, really good anime too. Voice acting was off the charts. I enjoyed it a lot. It was really good. Yeah, in both versions. The dub and the sub were great. My favorite version of Butterfly, and I'm saying that even though Amma has her version of the song. Oh, that's impressive, Strat. Okay. I love music so much. Like, I don't make instrumentals or like write songs, but samples fascinate me. But similarly related, I'm always watching like music theory breakdown videos. Love music theory, especially insanely long ones that break down complicated music. That's awesome, Colin. I wish that I could find interest in that. I'm so bad at liking music, if that makes any kind of sense, which it probably doesn't. But yeah, I don't know. It's not that I don't dislike music. I just am not. I don't have the, like, there are people who literally would rather like cut off an arm than never listen to music again. That would not be a problem for me. If someone were like, okay, Tao, you can either cut off your right pinky finger or never listen to music again, and it'll be painless. It'll be painless. And I'd be like, I'm keeping my pinky finger. Goodbye, music. Lovely Lyra! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? It's good to see you. I listen to music nearly my entire workday every day. That is fair. Again, I respect it. I think it's great. And I do like to listen to music, but I don't think I've ever craved it. Like, I've never been like, fuck, you know what I could really use right now is fucking music. I'm like, oh, you know what I could use right now? A true crime podcast or like a documentary or like anime. But I've never really been like that big into, I've just never really been that big into music, unfortunately. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, Nath is an amazing, absolutely incredible musician. So I do like respect people who do music, who make music, who like music. It's just for my brain, I don't crave it the same way that some people do. When I talk to Nath about the fact that I'm like, I haven't listened to music since last week when the pals requested songs on Spotify because I don't want to disrupt the playlist. He's like, you what? Oh my God, Rot! Hi, sweetheart, welcome in! Holy crap, how are you doing? Welcome! Holy shit, long time no see! How are you doing? Oh my gosh, how are you? I cannot believe it! Holy crap, how are you doing? Oh my goodness. Wow, it feels like such a long time. Hi there, lovely Laura. I'm glad you're doing well. I'm sorry you're tired though. It's pretty nice at the gym. Gyms are nice. If I had to cut an arm off or give up music, then I'd take my left arm. Wow. Yeah, I can't relate. Take it. It's so good to see you, Rod. How have you been? What have you been up to? Speaking of amazing musicians, by the way, Rod, are you still making music? Rod does some really incredible music. Definitely fair. Working to music hits a similar space to rhythm games for me, where I sort of stop thinking, zone out, and work through things faster. That's fair. You do violin claws. That's really cool. Violin's a hard instrument from what I hear. I actually did learn flute for a little while, and I hated every second of it. Color! Hi, cutie Color. Hi, how are you? I've been okay. Hope you've been doing well, sweet beastie. I have. I spent about a month with my family in the States, and now I'm back to Australia. Have you been streaming recently, sweetheart? I feel like I haven't seen, but I know I'm back in bad time zone. Used to play cello, got too expensive to do out of school. Oh, that's a shame, Error. I'm sorry. Do you miss it? Woo! Impressive note, whatever that was. I know nothing about notes. I wish I could learn an instrument, but they all require two hands. I feel like there's probably like devices that could help you with like guitars and stuff, or even a harmonica or something like that, maybe. Let me see. Did Rot say anything? Hold on a second. I still have my sax from early schooling. One of these days, I'll see if I can remember how to do anything with it. If you do, please play something for us. It was a nice way to pass the time. Oh, Error, I hope you can get back to it, sweetheart. I am excellent at clapping my hands. The rhythm, the depth, it's unmatched. Well, that's why I have very little courage or confidence in my singing ability, because I know literally nothing about music. Like, I had to ask Nath what the fuck a melody was a few months ago. I was like, people keep talking about melodies and harmonies, and I'm like, I don't know the difference. And he's like, all right, deep breath. Here's how we do this. This is what this is. This is what that is. I haven't streamed like a year. I just don't have the time for it these days. Fair enough, Rot. Are you still doing music though, sweetheart? Have you gotten to do lots of music, hopefully? I have a bias as I grew up with my dad's band jamming every weekend. That even let me get taught the ability from a young age to sleep with loud noises. So you can sleep practically anywhere. I'm the polar opposite. Like, I can sleep anywhere, but it has to be quiet. Tao, be proud of me. You're only now having your first coffee. Storm, could it be? Did you get some reasonable rest? Yeah, you can learn harmonica with just one hand. Yeah, that's what I thought. My mom is a fucking tremendous harmonica player. And you're sweet. I work on music from time to time still. That's awesome. Rod, would you like to show the people your awesome music? Do you have anything on Spotify or a YouTube channel or SoundCloud where you upload stuff so that we can... Oh, and I'll just permit you real quick so that you can send it. 1 second. Wait for it. Just in case. Why are you Aussie/USA? Are you from the USA, but you moved to Australia? Yes, Dr. Pepper, that is correct. I've lived in Australia for about six years now. Yeah, it was kind of an accident, but I did want to travel, and then I kind of got stuck out here during COVID, but now I'm here and happy about it. Not to be annoying and pushy, but what did you think of the new start menu? It's in art like you requested. Sorry, hun. When I went to go look at it, but then I didn't see it. Let me check right now. Hold on. And you're not being pushy. I appreciate you reminding me. Nice. Good job on the resolution. Cool. Woo! Very fun. I like the new menu. It's very detective-esque. Nicely done. Ooh, I like that you get to change the display ratio too. Good job, Halu. Looks great. I love it. It looks great. Excellent work. Excellent work. I'm very impressed. Let me see. Motherfuckers here getting coffee. I'm here still drinking at 5 a.m. Alex, no. Oh my god, it's only if you're sure. I am so sure. Please share. I would love to. I would love to show everybody your amazing songs, musics. Tao fell into the trap. It could be the first coffee of this hour. Aw, Storm! This is what I get for trusting you. Blech. Oh, hi there, beautiful blue. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the care package. Ow. Neek! Hello, Neato Neek. How are you doing? There's a fun little Foxy House song I did. Oh, amazing! Hold on. Let me pause this so you guys can listen to this. This is fucking sick. One moment. Fuck, where's my desktop sound? There it is. Okay. Let me just make sure it's not too loud.
Foxo has had a very long day of swiping eggies and wants to take just a small sleep. He and Neebies to sleepy. From sleepy and need goodbye
This is so good.
Foxo has had a very long day of swiping eggies and wants to take just a small sleep.
The lyrics thrill me. Hey, amazing Artemis. Yo, this is so good. I would run to this. Did you get stuck out in Tasmania during COVID? I did, Dr. Pepper, I did. This is a really good song, isn't it? That's it, Fox. You're in my playlist now. Yeah, let's go! If you like this kind of music, please go check out Rob Fox. Absolutely amazing, amazing musician. And he's not, they're not streaming like much anymore, it sounds like, but I've known them for years, and I actually helped them make their original character, which was such a serendipitous occasion. That is so fantastic. I absolutely love it. You did such a great job, sweetheart. Absolutely amazing. Holy.
Mama Tao, you missed the rest of Uncle Storm's comments. He said it wasn't the first this hour, it was his first this week.
The first this week? That's impressive. Holy. Let's go, Storm. I'm very impressed. Excellent. There we go. Okay. There we go. Let me see real quick. Day 10 memories. Let me do that. Okay. Now let me catch up with chat. Thank you, Tao. You're very sweet to me. Oh, of course, sweetheart. It's my pleasure. But yeah, Rod, please, you did. I still have your emotes. Yay! I'm so glad. My old emotes, I think they were like the first emotes I did for someone on Twitch. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, thank you so much for coming in, Rod. It's so good to see you, hon. I hope that things are going well for you. It sounds like you aren't all that interested in streaming anymore, but I hope that whatever you are doing is satisfying and fulfilling, because you're a darling. And you gotta leave for EPs. All good, cutie claws. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. Oh, you redeemed a song for the Roblox if they want to pick one. Oh, that's so sweet. Okay. Rot, would you like to redeem a, just type it in chat. Ozzy has redeemed a song request for you. So, as long as it follows the pinned comment rules, you are welcome to just give me any song. Gonna go take a nap as you should. Sweet Strat, enjoy, sleep well, sweet dreams. Remember, as someone who plays an instrument and chose music as one of my subjects in school, vocals are an instrument that requires 0 hands. Too bad I'm not good at vocals. I have very limited ability at vocals. I'll be here for the next live stream. Can't wait, cutie claws. Thank you for coming in. That'll be Sunday. We will be playing some Persona 5. Oops, hold on. Is that... Ah, it's that one. Okay, it's that side. Good. That's what I want. My mom has heard me sing and she loves your voice. Aw, thanks. That's very sweet, but you have a much better voice than me, lovely love. Lies tell. I would never lie to you. I have a completely untrained singing voice. I have a trained voiceover voice, but I am not a singer by any stretch of the imagination. Day 11, love, Arion, sure. Queued that up for you, hun. Have a good one, cutie claws. Hey, it's after midnight. Whoops, I should also head out. Good night. Have a good one, sweetest Jazzy. Thank you so much for dropping in, sweetheart. It means the world. I really appreciate it. May you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you next time. Ciao, cutie. Tao, I'm trying to sleep, and let's just agree I am the better singer. Okay, I'm down. No argument there. Oh, thank you for feeding me yummy hearts, magnificent maid. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. You sing better than me, Tao, but so do slightly car-struck Maggies. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest Stride. Much appreciated. Cool. I think I caught up. If I missed anything, you guys, while I was dancing to Rot Fox's banging music, please feel free to just resend it, okay? I'm good. How goes the arting? It goes well, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. Much appreciated. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're just making a horror starting soon screen. And I think for the first time in this channel's history, I drew like drippy blood. I don't know if we've ever drawn drippy blood before. That's not on like a chibi character. Actually, I think I want this to be red. Ugh. If I thought you wouldn't sing well, I wouldn't have invited you to sing on a song with me. Aw, thanks, love. That's very sweet. I guess that's a good point, but let's... Have they picked a song yet? If they've left, what's gonna happen with my song redeemed? That refunded, or what's the go there? Aw, Rod, that's so sweet. No, that's okay. Ozzy, you can just give me one. Thanks, Rod. That's very sweet of you, sweetheart. It's so good to have you in here. Are we gonna, do you reckon we're gonna see more of you? No pressure, just wondering. I always love having you in here, Rot. Since you've given me the green light, let's do Dragula. Sure, Dragula's a banger. All right, that is queued up for you, sweetest Aussie. I'm sorry I missed the question. Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering. I want to preface it with saying, like, there's no pressure, but I'm just saying it's really nice to see you in here. Do you think we're gonna see more of you? Or were we just really lucky on the timing? Which is also totally fair. Your theme, Nix, you've got it. Bad reputation. Cue that up for you, honey bun. Hungry again. What are you gonna have, Aussie? I'll try my best. Life has been incredibly hectic lately. I can talk more about it off stream if you want. Yeah, absolutely, Rob. Feel free to. Are you still on Discord? Happy to have you DM me over on Discord if you'd like. Oh, actually, that's a good touch. Very subtle, singular. Boom, like that. Yeah, that's good. Very good. That's the wrong side. Okay. Next one. Still on there? I'll reach out. Yay! Awesome, lovely Rot. Thank you. I look forward to hearing from you. And of course, if there's anything I can ever do, please don't hesitate to let me know. I feel I may not wake up if I go to sleep. How much longer are we going for? Strap, that's okay. Go to bed. Go to bed. We're going for probably about another hour 15 or so. We will not be taking another break. The song makes me want to cry sometimes. Aww. Day 13 sign. Okay. Give that up. No sleep, no sleep, no sleep. How have you been, Amazing Alchemist? It's good to see you, sweetie. How are you enjoying the new desk mat? I'm so appreciative that you got one. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting me. As I mentioned in the Discord, I hope that it serves you well for many, many years to come. My work team just started randomly ooh-ooing at me in a group call. I think the week may have affected their minds. It's okay. It's almost time for the end of work. We're finally getting the 7th season of My Street. What is My Street, Lav? Stop reading my mind. I was about to ask if you're taking another break. Nah. No sleep till stream end. No sleep. You should really get some rest, sweetest Strat. You do not have to be here for the whole of this stream. Absolutely not. Hello? Whoops, okay. Alrighty, let me put... Gotta put some whites here. And they need to be big enough whites that... Gotta stop saying it like that. That sounds real gross. It's great. I need to set up my new table. I have too many house mats. Mouse mats. I have too many mouse mats, but with it being lit up, it nicely frames my use area. That's it! I'm so happy to hear it, lovely Orca boys. That's fair. Are you like collecting all the VTuber mouse mats? This song was made specifically for the 7th season, and My Street is one of AFMA's Minecraft roleplay series. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, I gotcha. It's just an hour. I can manage that much, right? 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 No, absolutely not. You better go to sleep. Strike, go to sleep. Look, I'm not fussed on how you say whites. Just don't spit on my feet, please. Whites. Have you heard of this new game called Hightail? It's like Minecraft, but not Minecraft. It's meant to be better. Yeah, actually, when Effie raided into us the other night, she said that she was going to be playing it. So that's pretty cool. I hope that I will need to ask her about it the next time she comes in and see if she's been able to play it. Yeah, no, I have heard about it. Looks interesting. Probably not my thing still, because I don't like the style. I don't like that, like, yeah, I don't like that style, but if you guys decide you want a server for that instead of Minecraft, then let me know and I can see if I can make that happen. But I probably can't afford to do both. That's locked, isn't it? Yeah. Coda staring at towel talking about white. Not all the VTubers, just the ones I like. Oh, Olga, miss, you like me? Oh, thank you. Oh, hello, Radical Row. How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you for coming in. How are you, lovely? Thank you for shouting out lovely Rosie to Strat. I'm doing great, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. Have you been doing lots of awesome arting? Don't answer that. The answer is yes. I'm just kidding. Tell me more. Tell me more. I'm sleepy. I just finished eating dinner. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. What'd you have for dinner? Let's see. Borgor. Borgor. I love Borgor. I always have art tax Strat. I can always pull something out of the vault. Yes, please share. I would love to see your beautiful art. Cool. Looking good. I can show you how Tigressa's model is going. Yeah, I'd love to see that. It's official. I prefer dark chocolate over milk chocolate. Main reason being, I don't get horrible heartburn having dark chocolate. Oh, that's fair. That is fair. Are you sensitive to dairy, Ozzy? Because that could definitely do it. Let's see how different these two sides are. Pretty fucking different. I did not make these particularly symmetrical. Oh, well, I mean, okay, with a slight tweak, I think I can make it symmetrical though. Like so. Yeah, like that. Finished the eyes and got base colors down. Oh, let's see. How cute! Oh my gosh, looking gorgeous. Oh, I love the snowflakes in the eyes. Beautiful. Well done, hun. Well done. Gorgeous. So beautiful. How cute. You've done such a great job, sweetheart. Very cool. Excellent job. I love the subtle differences in the eye color as well. Yeah, the eyes are beautiful, aren't they? Stunning. Gorgeous work, hon. Oh, look at all that hair too. Damn. Very well done. Thank you for sharing. Looking gorgeous. I'm sure that Frostbite is deeply pleased. Tigeressa will have very bouncy hair. I love some good bouncy hair. Okay, so that's the whites. I actually don't know if I need to... I don't know if I need to have these on separate layers. Actually, I probably should be. Then I can make them shake. I can make them shake. Okay, let's put some eyeballs in here. I need to start naming the shit. Fuck. What have we decided? Yeah, I do think I like it that side. Because then I can put the fishing minigame like here and the fan art like up here. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that'll work. Okay, there's that one, and then Umas. Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll work on that, and then we go on this side. Okay. I'm exactly 333 rank in Hearthstone America's third time this season. That's awesome, Van. Did you tell Save that? I bet he'd be impressed. Resend as an answer to your question, Tao. I have been dairy intolerant for a few years, but weirdly, I'm fine with pizza. Okay, yeah. I'm not surprised the milk chocolate gets you for that reason then. Time to go play cards for many hours. Enjoy! Lovely Storm. I hope you have a blast. I hope you will take pictures of any of the beautiful art in your deck. Why does it always feel like 24 hours a day are not enough? There's so much to do in so many places I want to be. I feel like I'm missing out on stuff every time. Oh, I'm sorry, Strat. Well, when you're as busy as you are and have as many things that you want to do as you do, I can definitely see that being an issue, yeah. Save doesn't really play Constructed. Oh, I don't know what Constructed is. What is that? Oh, is that the co-op one? What mode is that? Okay, let's see here. Saku will be rating the model. Let's go. I'm so excited to see it. It's gonna look amazing. What are you working on, love? Ro, I am working on a horror starting soon screen for myself. Is it portraying terror? I won't make top 20 though. It's too much game time. That's fair. Yes! I don't want to scare anybody, but I want to work on it. So I'm hoping I'm not like turning everyone off and freaking them out by drawing this. I do let you guys vote at the beginning of every stream, but I'm not sure if everyone realized that this was going to be this like scary looking. I love perspective. Thank you. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, lovely. Oops. Oopsie! Ah! Gradients! James Blake. Oh, sure. I'll cue that up for you, Cutie Caution. That is a cute up. I'm here to lurk and rack up channel points while playing my second playthrough of Legends ZA. This time I'm keeping all my mons off the ground. Ooh, amazing apparition. Well, thank you for lurking. I appreciate it, and best of luck with ZA. I'm terrible at drawing horror, mainly because I feel the coloring style is so different from my own. One of my New Year's resolutions is to get better at dynamic color styles. Interesting. Okay, I actually, see, that's the thing. I'm not really sure if I've ever understood, like, what makes a certain style that way, other than the subject matter. And like stark contrast obviously helps, really dramatic contrast. But I think because of the way that I cell shade, it makes it really, I'm quite versatile as long as I understand where the lighting is coming from. And in this one, the lighting will be coming from like right behind. So it'll be backlight, and the only things that'll be like illuminated are the sides. And anything that's like coming off of the sides, right? So yeah, I'm hoping this will turn out okay. Are you gonna add some horror effects like the fog and stuff you did? I might do that. I might put a little bit of fog. I'm gonna have like a flickering in the background. But yeah. Guess my New Year's resolution. What's your strat? Fair. See, backlight is so hard for me. My brain stops me. My brain stops me as well. The only way I can ever do it is I have to, most of the time, my process is sketch, line art, flats, shadows, highlights, texture. But what I do when I have to backlight something is I actually will reverse the shadow and the highlight and do highlight first, because it's so minimal. And then that helps me to realize, oh, the rest of this is basically black, or like, you know, dark red or dark blue or whatever. So yeah, that's the only way I can do it. If I had to do shadow first, I'd be so stuck. I would be like, I can't do it. I can't, my brain won't do it. Yeah, try that out, lovely Ro. And if you ever want to ask me any questions, I'm always happy to help. Wait, what was the color of that? Oh. Cool. A little bit of variety for the trembling eyeball. It'll go. Wait, no. Hello! Hello! Sweetest Cyber, welcome in! How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. My brain full on stops me and is like, stop, this is not right. Yeah, that's fair. I do understand that. So far, it's to come up with a resolution, but I do want to work on that personal project I told you about. I hope to at least get it started. Amazing. I hope that you will as well. Let me know if I can help at all. Can someone take away the owies? Also, your art is looking amazing. Oh, cutie cat, are you hurting today, sweetheart? Is the chronic pain hurting? And I'm glad you're liking the artwork, Cutie Cata. Thank you so much. Scowy. So scowy. All right, so we've got that one, and let me do this side, and then we can like actually make the eyes look less soulless. Okay, so start with.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!
Aussie, thank you for the save. Consider it saved. Mixture of chronic pain and maybe wait, car crash. Cutie cat, what happened, hun? What happened? What happened? Are you okay? Yeah, are you okay? Jesus. My God, are you all right, honey? Jeez, fuck. Ouch is right, Artemis. Oh, this goes this way. What happened? That's a good question, Apparition. Thank you for the care package, Nix. I did try a new coloring style. Did I show you the final piece of my community's OC? Oh, you did, Ro! It looked amazing. It was so cool. I focused hardcore on fabrics in that piece. Yeah, the texture and the folds of the fabrics looked amazing. I'm fine. Basically, the brakes didn't work on the highway in peak, and we rolled into the car in front of us. Oh, okay, okay. Belt locked, so chest, neck, and upper back mostly okay. Oh my God, honey. Holy shit, Kata. Did you go to the doctor to go to the ED? Error, exceptional error. Thank you so much for the biddies. Oh, piece of candy. And you said, it was nice to pop in. Have a good night. Error, we really appreciated having you. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us, darling. I hope we will have the pleasure of your company in the not too distant future. You go sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And we'll see you soon, okay? Ciao, honey bun. This is a butt wiggle kind of rhythm. I like that. Candy shell. Ooh, spirit machines. Sure thing, Cutie Sliver. That is queued up for you. My poor friend went into a full-blown panic attack. I was just glad I was there to keep her grounded and talk through things with the police and such. Oh man, that's scary, Kata. I also can't believe that the brakes failed. Someone's got to get that car checked out. Holy. I feel if save ever raids into here, the chat will just be filled with exclamation point save. Yeah, you guys should do that. And yes, the paramedics checked me and I was fine apart from the obvious pain. Told me if it gets worse, then go to the hospital. Okay, okay. Back to work I go. Kitty gotta know that is not the time to go back to work. When you were traveling to Tasmania and Oz, did you stay in hostels for about 60 USD a night or cheaper? I don't remember how much I stayed at hostels for Dr. Pepper, but I definitely stayed in hostels. And some of them were a bit fucked, but 60 USD a night sounds. I think because this was like 7 years ago. I would have been staying in hostels, so because I've lived here for 6, and for that first year I was like traveling. So I think that it might have been a bit cheaper at that time, but not by much. I think it would basically have been up to 60 or 65 with inflation now. Yeah, that sounds about right, I think. What's the difference between a motel and a hostel? It kind of depends where you are in the world, right? So if you had asked me this when I was fully Americano, I would have told you that a motel is like a really cheap single floor hotel, because I'm thinking like Motel 6, right? And a hostel. Hostel is consistent. Hostels tend to be cheaper, person, like multiple people inhabiting, strangers, inhabiting one room. Usually it's like between 4 and 8 beds. And the only thing that you, quote, own, unquote, while you are there is your bed and the stuff that you put under your bed. And oftentimes you have like a bunk bed above you. So that is someone else's stuff. So hostels are always cheaper, at least when I was traveling. It could be different now. Hostels are pretty much always cheaper, but you do not have privacy unless you pay extra for a private hostel room, which some hostels offer, not all. Thank you for the goat scream apparition. We know speak Americano. Cutie caution, I'll cue that one for you. But you might as well just get a fucking hotel if you're gonna do that, to be honest. So yeah, motels here, though, seem to be quite a bit nicer than the motels in the States. They are more like hotels, which, fun fact, is very confusing here because there are a lot of places in Australia called hotels that are not hotels as you know them in the US. You don't stay at some of these hotels. Again, there are hotels here that when it says this is a hotel, you stay there. But there are some where it's like a pub, and that's really confusing. Yeah, I hope that helps. It's probably more confusing. 20-year anniversary of High School Musical this year. Jesus Christ, that's so crazy. Dr. Pepper Chill, why do you taste like carbonated barbecue sauce? I have 23 flavors and 3 of them are honey barbecue, spicy barbecue, and sweet baby Ray's barbecue. God, I love sweet baby Ray's. It's so good. You just had to say Americano, Tao. I knew I would get you out of the woodworks if I did. Caution. Immediately it came to mind. Motels here in the States are sketchy, even the nice ones. Exactly, Artemis, exactly. They tend to be... your worst hotel is probably better than your best motel in the States. But in Australia, that is not the case. That is not the case here. And like I said, if you go look up hotels local to me in Australia, you need to be aware that you may not be sleeping there that night because they may not have beds. But you might go to the hotel and you might get a palmy and then they will send you home. But again, there are some that you can stay at. If you think about it, there are technically billion-star hotels. They're called campsites. I'm not sure if that's how that works, but hotels are that packed in Oz? No, they're not. They're not really that packed. No, usually they're not. I mean, it depends on the time of year, but I wouldn't say that I've ever seen like a really, really packed hotel that you can't like move in. They've got. What? Where did you get that idea, Strat? What did I say that made you think that hotels are packed? You may have unwanted non-human roommates. That is also true at motels in the US. Yeah. What's a parmy? Cutie caution, it's a parmigiana. It's an Australian specialty. It is a staple of pub food. They're pretty bomb. You know how in the US we get chicken parmigiana at like an Italian restaurant and it's served over spaghetti noodles? In Australia, that is sacrilegious, but you do get the delicious fried Parmesan chicken, like breaded chicken, but usually it'll come with like a salad and some chips, that is to say French fries. It is different. It is different from American chicken parmigiana. They don't like Italians. They love Italians. There are places you can get lasagna, but you will not, I don't think I've ever seen like a chicken parmigiana like we have it in the States. I thought you said you could book one and not get a room when you get there. I must have misheard something. Oh, Strat, I was probably talking about the hostel. Hostels and hotels are different. So hostels are a really, really efficient, cheap way to travel if you don't have a lot of money. Like, so backpacking, when I was backpacking, I would stay at hostels often. But the reason that they're so much cheaper is because you don't get a private room. You are staying in a room with a bunch of other people. generally between like 4 and 8 people. Although I have stayed in a place that only had 3 beds, and I have stayed in a place that had 12 beds in a room, and I felt like I was in prison. It was very awkward. They don't like Italians is the funniest reaction to me saying they don't serve it over pasta. Wow, you hate Italians. The spicy meatball not good enough for you. I was talking literally. You see the billion stars, providing it's a clear night. Oh, I see, Ozzy. I guess that is true, but I'm afraid that would not be convincing for many people. I did check up on hostels when I was considering visiting Oz, but yeah, I get you. Yeah. They're good for like a couple of days. I don't have a lot of interest in, well, obviously, definitely not anymore. But at the time, I didn't like staying at hostels for more than like, 2 days. I think I maxed out at 3 days when I was staying in Lonnie. Hostel, good movie. Designated torture porn like the Saw series. I enjoy those types of movies. Do you, Cyber? I used to like that stuff, but I'm not really as into it anymore. I still love horror movies, but they can't be. I don't really like the slashers anymore. I want to draw spicy art. Do it, Ro. Draw spicy art. How is camping in Oz compared to the US? I actually don't know. I sadly haven't gone to camp since I've been here, which is a betrayal of my outdoorsmanship. Yeah, I haven't actually gotten to camp like outside since. So I'm not really sure. You'd have to ask someone who's gotten to camp here. Oh, wait. Okay, no, I did. Okay, I technically camped once, but it was literally overnight, and I can't really speak to it. Question, what's up, Cutie Ro? I bet it's a lot different than what we do here. We don't even have the tents for the most part. Well, when I was doing my endurance racing strat, I would only have a swag on my horse, and we would just sleep under the stars, and I didn't really have like a tent either. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, ow! Why bad? What did I do? Since you are doing a horror starting screen, do you like horror stuff, horror movies and games? Or is this for when you play horror games on stream? This is for when I play horror games on stream. I hate horror games. I only play them literally only every 1,000 followers. So we haven't played a horror game since 2K, and we will not be playing a horror game until 3. And that's that. But I do actually love horror books, movies. I enjoy haunted houses. I like watching playthroughs of horror games. I just can't play them myself. They are too bad for my heart. Cutie Caution, I've queued up night crawlers for you. Hi there, wonderful Warhawk. Welcome in. How are you doing? Nicest accommodation I've ever been to is no longer there anymore, but it was a place in Port Douglas, north of Cairns, called Treetops. Staff were nice. Beds were blissfully comfortable, even if I took the single size. And the meals they did were the absolute best. Oh, that's awesome. How good. Need to be outside. If it helps, I reckon I probably, before I turned 20, I would say that I probably spent a literal entire year of my life outside overall. Probably more than that. Probably like, well, yeah, because I did like 2 and 3 month stints. Okay, probably 2 years of my life by the time I turned 20 were spent outside. Oh, sorry. How am I? I'm good, War. How are you? Sadly, slashers are becoming predictable with both endings and kills, but movies like Saw and Hostel have creative freedom to do the wildest stuff imaginable. That is true. I knew it. Your horse had swag. Dude was full of riz. Oh, Thrasher was beautiful. He was a gorgeous boy. You have 3K followers, don't you? I do not. Twitch says 3K. I think it is definitely close. I think we're at like 2970 or something, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah, 40 away. That's it. Yeah, that's it, Artemis. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we are close. 40 years ago, Tao. That doesn't count. 40 years. What? 40 years. It says 3K. Twitch rounds. If you want to know exactly how many, you can go, you can look at Social Blade, or Twitch Tracker. Those all are accurate. All rise for the supernatural anthem. That's true, actually, Little Mac. Beautiful band! Oh, sweetheart! Thank you so incredibly much, darling! Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs! I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, darling. That's incredible. Thank you so much for your generosity, honey bun. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Holy crap, we're like not even done with our Friday stream and we are like almost 50% of the way to our 50 goal for the week. And then we'll do another raffle next week. Thank you so much for the care package. Beautiful Brennan, welcome in. How are you doing? Sorry, that's my way of saying I've got water in my mouth. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. Holy crap, Macy! Magnificent Macy, thank you so much. What the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much, darling. That is really, really fucking generous of That is really generous of you. Thank you so much. Fabulous. Fabulous Daisy, thank you. Artemis, what the fuck? Oh my god, Jesus, thank you. Artemis as well. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. You guys are way too generous. Thank you so much for a freaking level 6 hype tree already. Holy. Thank you, Artemis. Thank you, Maisie. Thank you, Band. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. That is fucking outstanding. Thank you so much for such extraordinary support. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. I really, really appreciate it, darlings. That is way generous. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for your kindness and your support and your generosity. And thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Sorry, give me just a second. Okay, cool. I just had to make sure that I got a text from my neighbor and I was like, ooh, is she hearing me screech? Give us 25 hearts and big ones at that, right? Absolutely. Thank you so much, darlings. I really appreciate it. And Argos, thank you for the gigantified emote. And hello. Thank you very much for the mum voice. I will definitely be doing that now for you for 5 minutes. If it's not Tao almost choking on a drink during gift subs trying to take her out, it's her own hair. What can I say? I'm destined for death. Sorry, that was very bleak. I didn't mean it. Tao, I just thought of a really dark, angsty scene that I think your style would be perfect for, but I believe it's going to be expensive. That's not a problem, though. Just thinking of the amount of detail and all the time it would take. Just be warned that if I do commission you, it's not a small idea. I love working on things that take a long time, sweetheart. If you want to get a quote, you just let me know, DM me, and let me know what you're visualizing, and I can give you a breakdown. I've had enough of these ranked teammates whose family trees look more like bushes. Also, it's 6 a.m., so good night. Good night, amazing Alex. Thank you so very much for coming on in and spending so much time with us today. I will get you the rectified line art probably in the next 24 to 48 hours, okay? Sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. And Halu, thank you so very much for coming in as well. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We are not at the horror stream yet, so no scary sounds. Macy, sweetheart, thank you so much for gigantifying that emote. Beautiful band, thank you for gigantifying that emote. What are you saying Jesus Tau for? What did I do? What did I do, Ozzy? Thank you so incredibly much, Cutie Pies. I can't believe that we've hit a level 6 hype train. And just as we're not going to finish up just yet. I am destined for death. I was kidding. Artemis, thank you so very much for gigantifying the worst monster known to Monster Hunter kind. And once again, Artemis, Maisie, Band, thank you guys so very incredibly much for such generous gifted subs to your lovely, precious fellow pals. I really do appreciate it, and I know they do too. It was just so unexpected. I know. Marumi, welcome in, magnificent Marumi. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Don't be fooled. This is not what I typically sound like. This is a 5-minute voice redeem, so if you hear me totally change it up, please don't be scared. This is our mum voice redeem. It's quite soothing, quite smooth. But yeah, I don't want you to be spooked because typically I'm a bit more chaotic than this. Thank you so very much for coming in. Trust me, I am good. Are you okay with the voice, Maisie? But yes, thank you guys so very much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely extraordinary. Thank you so much. I'll see if I can find the words to describe exactly what I want that can't be interpreted incorrectly. I feel like I'm trying to carefully word my wish to a genie who loves to twist words. I promise I won't twist words. If I have any questions, I'll ask you. You're fine? Thank you, magnificent Marumi. Welcome in. How are you doing? We got 2 minutes left of the mum voice. We broke Tao. Why is she so polite? It's just the redeem. Don't worry, I'm never polite otherwise. Brennan, sorry for the late answer, but I'm good. Just got finished painting a model kit I've been working on, and it's a World War II plane. Brennan, you know where you should put that? If you have any photos of that, you should definitely put them in the art section on our Discord, because I do believe that precious Patricia Tico will absolutely love to see it. And so would we. Magnificent Maid, do you know Maru? You rated me once upon a time. I forgot to follow you back. It was ages ago. Oh, Maru. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have like truly the most terrible memory, but I appreciate. Wait, I recognize you. I think I've done art of you, actually. Maid, you had me do some art of Maru, didn't you? Isn't that right? But yes, welcome in, sweetheart. It is a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for coming through. Agar, sweetheart, thank you so very much, darling. Thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. 3 months. 1/3 of the way to a sub, baby. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate your generosity and your dedication. Thank you, sweetheart. I found Maru through you. Oh, did you? Oh my god, I have the worst memory. I'm so sorry. Yes. I hope that you liked it. That's crazy. How cool. Well, I'm very glad that you're here, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming in. And we're back to normal. Yeah, baby. Okay, let's keep on drawing scared eyes. Scared eyes is yeah, that's what we're gonna call this. Okay. Sketching out Sonar is interesting because I am trying to make him look like a bat even in PAL form. That will be interesting. The mummy voice is making my sapphic heart purr. I'm glad. I've actually been told that a couple of times. I'm glad you like it, sweetheart. No, don't stop. You can always re-redeem it, sweetie pie. You can. Thank you for the lurk, beautiful Brennan. Much appreciated, darling. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I love that mummy voice is making my sapphic heart purr. That's so cute. Okay. Okay, let's get some highlights out here. Oops, hold up. Hold up. Right, that's gotta go over here. And that's gotta go down here. When are you gonna cover go-getters? When I get range and can speak 4 languages. The sound of thunder in the background whilst Tout is arting. Can't think of anything that'd make things even better. Oh, Ozzy, what about a schnitty? Couldn't that make things better? I knew you were gonna say that. You've been here long enough. We're sharing the brain cell. Okay, there's that. To the pub it is. Thunderbringers, maybe. If I can get a range. I need to get a range. Take down. Ram, that is queued up for you. It's been lurking long enough. Time for bed. Oh, good, sweetest Shadow. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you soon, okay? I will get you all the range you need. Oh, you're gonna do the mixing for me. You're gonna do the mixing for me, Strat, so that I sound good. That I will accept. All right, let's get these. Oh, actually, oh, these lights could probably be reddish. Okay, maybe the outsides are red and then the insides are not. I shall pour my heart, soul, and wallet into it. Saved? Thank you for the save, Kitty Caution. Consider it saved. This is actually good as well for my, Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Thank you, Strat. They sure did. Before I lurk and try to sleep, question, do you know of the psychopath test / riddle? I do not, Cyber. Is it something you reckon I should take? I'm happy to try that. Thank you so much for the care package, Radical Ram. Appreciate you, darling. How are you feeling? Are you feeling just as relaxed as you were a couple hours ago? Oh, yum, 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 yum. All right. Let's make these white. Gotta be hydrating too. Dry as Death Valley right now. Oh, now you want your rain. I am currently a puddle, so yes. Excellent, excellent. Cool. Great, okay. I'm currently a puddle. Supposedly, if you know the answer, you're a psychopath. The faster you get, the more you are one. It's this. While at her own mother's funeral, a woman meets a guy she doesn't know. She thinks this guy is amazing, her dream man, and is pretty sure he could be the love of her life. However, she never asked for his name or number and afterwards could not find anyone who knew who he was. A few days later, the girl kills her own sister. Question, why did she do it? Did she find out that he was her sister's boyfriend or something? Maybe? Oh, hi, Dr. Pepper. I'm so glad you got a subby from Magnificent Maisie. ChatGPT? Oh, she did it for ChatGPT. What, because the sister was competition? I know this one, but because I have seen a YouTube short of it, I've never heard of this. We got to do a meetup with all the Aussie peeps soon. That'd be sick. I mean, when is, yeah, PAX is a while away, I guess, isn't it? All right, let's color this mouth in. What is this? If I go to Australia during vacation, it's gonna be deep fall already. Are you gonna come out for PAX band? She figured if he showed up at her mom's funeral, he must be a family friend. So he should show up to her sister's funeral too. Oh, that's very scary. That is an unstable individual. I need a strat tab to take part in the meetup. Good man, Magnificent Monster. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. What the heck? I know. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck? Two. Nobody got you the way I do. Got you the way I do. Got you the way I do. We all meet up, get on the beers, have a pub feed, and have a good time. That sounds bomb. I don't know when we'll be able to do that, but that would be sick. I'll be designated driver as I don't drink. How much longer are we going for? Probably another half hour. Yeah. Probably almost exactly a half hour, actually. So many other Aussies. Yeah, Mario, we got a bunch of wonderful Aussies here. Anyone down for Supernova this year? I would love to go, but I don't know if I'm going to have the time off from my job. After looking at accommodations, a private bathroom / room for 40 to 50 Aussie dollars more a night doesn't sound that bad. Yeah, it's not too, it's often worth it to have the privacy. Don't we have a break? No, we don't need one. We've got 9 minutes of, or actually I think 15 minutes of snoozes, and there's still 31 minutes until we start an ad. So we'll just snooze it for like one time probably. Oh, thank you so much for the lurk, Cutie Cyber. I appreciate you. But yeah, 6:20 in the morning means definitely get some sleep. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we'll have the pleasure of your company in the not too distant future, but we'll miss you in the meantime. Supernova's so fun! Oh, Madu, how many times have you gone? What year is your Lancer, Ozzy? I know someone who has a Lancer locally, and I can't wait to tell him that you have one. Thank you for the goat scream, Ram. 4 times I missed a couple due to COVID. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, 2012, 2013. Okay. Substantially more recent than my friend's 1992 Lancer. I bet you remember this song. Better show us some nice dance moves. Hey, it's a Lancer. They're brilliant no matter what year. Yeah, that's true. That's true. This one's falling apart though. Looks like for a 2-week stay in Perth is about 1.7k for a room and board and 1.7k for flights. So like 3 to 3.5k total. Yes, and make sure that you keep in mind that a lot of Australian hotels do not include brekkie. So also budget for eating out, and keep in mind that the prices seem extreme, but they often, after conversion, are very similar to going out in the US. So like if I tell you that a plate of food for brekkie here is like $28, you'd be like, Jesus! But after conversion, that's like $18, which is pretty expected in the US. Next, we will work on moving the legs. Tao, I have a dog question for you, specifically for my Aussie/working dog pet parents. Sure thing, Magnificent Monstera. Also, hey, did you know that your puppy person came in earlier? Perth! Hey, WA. Yeah, I was recommending that Dr. Pepper go to Perth because they were saying that they really like heat and they like beaches. And I was like, WA, for sure. Must let dog out. All good, Precious Possum. We'll see you soon. Brekkie is Aussie slang now. Yeah, it is. Sorry, breakfast. Breakfast, sorry. Supernova Gold Coast is 11 to 12th April, and then Melbourne in 18-19 April, and then Sydney in 19-21 of June. More events at the second half of the year in Perth, Adelaide, and Brisbane. Nice. Okay. April, June. Fuck. Yeah, that sucks. That's like right when I start into that awful project with the real life job where they won't let me take a single second off because they triple my hours. Puppy person sounds so rude. Wait, why? Breeder. That's it. Oh, you're in WA. Awesome, Madu. I really enjoyed my time in WA. Had a lovely time in Margaret River and up to Perth. Had a really good time over there. Whoops. Mateo's lurking while he fills out dog paperwork and makes puppy push for his doggos. He appreciated the friendliness of someone not often on the internet. Oh, is that Mateo? Is that Eat? Puppy mash. Puppy mash. How cute. Tell him I'm grateful for the lurk. I don't know why my phone did that. I'd be down for Melbourne Supernova, Ram and Lab. Oh, that'd be so cool. I want to see selfies. I want to see selfies. Oh, what just fell? Oh, chapstick. What is this song? This is Lady Maria. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. It's a pretty long one. You heading out, Radical Ram? Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. We'll see you soon, okay? Gonna lurk? Absolutely. Thank you for the lurk, hon. Appreciate ya. I need you to take a selfie. I need to take a selfie course from you because you look great in yours. I look like I got someone stalking me. That is not true, Strat. You do not. You look great in your selfies too. I think that's the benefit of selfies. You get all the control in the world. Thank you for the care package, Cutie King. Wind chills for me next week will reach -10 to -20. Icky! But better than what the heat is here. I'll take that. I'll trade you. I'll trade you climates. I just think I have a face for photos. I feel I look better in a mirror. No, Strat. Where are you, Alaska? That's a good question. -10 to -20. Well, probably. Well, no, maybe actually. It's a good question. I know there are some places in the U.S. that it'll be freezing here in Chicago as well. Yeah, I was gonna say probably Midwest. I should probably start packing today. What are you? Oh yeah, for your trip, Lav. How long will you be gone for? How long do we have to miss your presence for? Fuck, hold on. Hey, okay. Gonna need to go in there and do some. I see. Wait, no, I understand. Okay. There we go. Cool. Okay. But now I need to get some. This color. A week. Oh, okay. You'll still be here though. Yay! Goody. Okay, we won't have to miss you for too long. Gives Hayes an excuse to actually come to streams. Oh, you're gonna go visit Hayes. That's cool. I hope you have a great time. Hey, what the fuck? Yeah, actually, that's a good color. Yeah, what about that? Coda. Dang, Nath just got home. Please bear with the barking puppy. Risk of sounding kind of silly. If a puppy is gently and positively conditioned to chilling in a puppy stroller with a chew or high-value food, do you think such a thing may be seen as odd by the public? I want to socialize Ari a lot, and early socialization that's also safe for before full vax, if something that can be really is something that can be really beneficial. Aussies are so sensitive. I just want to be mindful and thorough. It would also block strangers from touching or dogs from getting too close, but I don't know. That's a fair point, sweetheart. To be honest, I'm one of those people that I will do whatever I need to make my little baby as comfortable as possible. And sorry, Coda's really going off. But I understand if you don't feel confident in doing that, that is totally fair. And there's a lot of dogs that don't get socialized until after their shots. So if you are worried about how you're seen to the public, then I would say, honestly, you probably don't even have to worry about doing that, you know what I mean? Like, it's not necessary. So it's great that the pup is conditioned to do that, but you don't need to in order to properly socialize them. You know what I mean? So I think it's probably, yeah, I reckon it's probably literally just your personal preference. If it makes you uncomfortable to do that, and you're worried about how the public will perceive you, then don't do it. You don't need to. And you can just start socializing the pup after their vaccines. If you are comfortable and you're confident in your ability to like keep the puppy safe and not get it, distemper or anything like that, and not let people or animals interact with it in an unsafe way, then I reckon that you should go for it. So I know that's probably not like the best advice as far as like, this is definitively what I think you should do. But I think it is up to you, because you want to have a positive association with your pup. And if you're constantly worried about how the public is going to perceive you for rolling your puppy around in like a stroller, then or a pram, as the Aussies would say, then you don't need to. You really don't need to do that. You don't need to. You can just wait until the vaccines are done. Hi there, Nelson. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yes, the dog is... Hold on one second. Nath just got home. Give me just a second.
Hi, everybody.
Nath says hello. The social puppy classes I used to go to have canceled for good, so either it would be giving it a try, or hi, Miaf, or waiting until around 5 months, which is a big empty window. Complicated feels. I'm sorry. That's okay. You need to apologize, sweetheart. Like I said, like Coda, for example, we didn't socialize him. You can still socialize him with people as long as you trust the people and you know they're clean and they like remove their shoes before they come in and have washed their hands and stuff. They should be good. And I would recommend letting people come and visit the pup. Just 1 or 2 at a time, who are like respectful of the dog. But as far as like socializing with other animals, Coda never socialized with dogs until after his vaccines. So, oh no, actually, you know what? I think we did actually socialize him at puppy classes. So we took him to puppy classes, not for training, but for socialization, because in order to enter those classes, they must present proof that they vaccinated the puppies. Otherwise they can't come in, and they like cleaned the whole place and everything. Yeah, I highly recommend that you actually take your puppy to a puppy place from like as early as possible. Yeah, that's what I'd say. Sorry, I forgot about that, because I was like, I think that I have a lot of photos of him before 5 months for sure with other dogs. But it was puppies that were specifically a part of this puppy class. And then when he was able to, we took him to the dog beach and things like that. Precious Patricia, welcome back. How are you? Let's see. Lovely Nanabi. I'm so glad you got a subby. Isn't it normal to remove your shoes before you enter a home? Not for everybody. It is here. It is for me. But like my parents, they don't do that. They've never done that. It's not typical necessarily in the West. Like a lot more people and places are adopting that, but it is not a social norm here, I would say. Yeah. I think the dog socialization thing is what we did with Monty as well. Was a very small pupper when we first got him. Yeah, you gotta, but like that's the benefit, right, of bringing puppies, like babies, to a place where all the puppies have to be vaccinated in order to be there. I'm doing well. I'm just catching the train home with my friend. Nice, Patricia. I hope you had a great one. And Cutie King wants Abby's. Good king. It depends on the place. Yes, that's also true. It depends on the place. But like, for example, I would say that like in Asia, it's like almost a social faux pas to not take off your shoes when you enter a home. In the West, I would not say that. You're gonna go to sleep, beautiful Brennan. Thank you so much. And you posted the pics of your model. Oh, Patricia, it's perfect that you're here because Brennan is also a fan of making models. And I said that that they should post pictures in the Discord so that you could see them. Oh, these look awesome, hun. These are so cool. Holy crap, these are beautiful. You did a great job, Brennan. Thank you so much for sharing. Please continue to share your awesome model assemblages and paintings with us. Sketching sonar is quite a fun experience. Oh, I'm so glad you're liking it, Nix. I take mine off if I am 100% certain that I can rest for the remainder of the day. Yeah, so that's less of a social faux pas and more of a comfort preference, right? Model? Yes. We were talking about models. We were talking about how Brennan and Patricia both really like to assemble and paint like for example, in Brennan's case, World War II vehicles. 2D or 3D, you can share either one. Okay, thank you for answers and feedback. I will sit and think carefully with it. Oh, good, Magnificent Monstera. I hope that I was able to help at least a little bit. As I said, the Wildcat plane will be included in further update. Awesome. I can't wait, Brennan. Totally. We don't take shoes off in the West, but it is nice when we do it and think about that. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Pepper. Here, everyone takes off their shoes when we enter our homes. The only exception are old homes with floors that are not tiled or people living in remote areas. That makes sense. I could see that. In Australia, it really depends on the family and the ethnicity of the family. Yes, exactly. Like a white Anglo-Saxon family in rural New South Wales will not give a damn, but a Chinese family in central Melbourne will definitely tell you to take your shoes off when you come in. Yeah, again, like the main thing is when I'm talking about like the West, I'm talking about like Western valued family and culture. So in the US, it's way less common than it is in Asia. In Australia, it's way less common than it is in Asia, but it's more common than it is in the US. But yeah, it's definitely not a typical thing for the West to do that. Like Gunpla, those are cool. Yeah, if you wanna post any Gunpla that you've done, you are welcome to. And good night, little Mac. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for coming in. Okay. You returned! Hi, Precious Possum. Welcome in. How are you? Why does this song remind me of something from Arcane? Speaking of models, I sent 2 finished models to Art. Amazing. Artemis, I really like this song as well. Oh, hi. Okay. Sorry. Baby. One sec. Coda made a sound that sounded like he was like gonna puke, and I was like, whoa. And he's just like, ooh, the models are looking great. Very cool. Excellent work, hun. Awesome job. Looking very nice, Precious Patricia. Very nice indeed. Surprising click! What an excellent choice. Not that I'm biased. That is queued up for you, sweetie. Good boy, baby dog. You're so soft. I'm petting him with my feet, and he's very soft, baby dog. I'm good. I got applesauce and something to drink. Nice. Yummy. Let's see. Speaking of art, I should do art. Yeah, you should do art. Actually, do I even have to keep this? Yeah, I don't. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just fucking merge that. Yeah. I think it's so cute, by the way, Monstera, that you constantly send, like, new friends over to the pouch. You're just like, hey, guess what? I watch Twitch, and there's this VTuber, and she's cool, and you should go see her. It's very sweet. Oof, fuck. There we go. My cat loves to rub his head on my feet and cuddle and sleep on my lap. That's his comfort zone. Though that means I'm not allowed to move unless he wakes up. Yep, classic. Tom, may I ask to send you a photo of something I'm working on and get your opinion on it? If not, it's cool. I'm just not good at drawing people. Of course, Possum. Please go ahead if you want to pop it in the art channel. Tao, that is why I've been so quiet. I've been sketching sonar. Oh, that's okay, hon. That's okay. Thank you very much, Tao. As with my writing, I pour all my heart and soul into my models. Speaking of writing, I think I'll also do some work on my previous story and post that as well, just so that you don't fully forget. Sounds good, Precious Patricia. Looking forward to reading it. Plus, I only had to pay $10 since it was on sale. Ooh, wait, for what? What was this for? You want to do something Monster Hunter Wilds, eh? Ooh. All right, hold on a second. I gotta get better about doing this thing where, like, in the last 20 minutes or so, I need to turn off raids so that I don't displease anybody. They try and come in the last couple of minutes. Cool. Okay. Skyrim for Nintendo Switch. Oh, nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's good. That's good. We are so using the same brain cell. Were you about to type strat and be like, Ty, you need to turn off raids? I love how the layers make it look like you have huge hands and super long neck given how your hand is covered. Yeah, that's true. That's actually fucking horrifying. I didn't even think about that. Ah! Patricia, you didn't even get to see our blood. Look at the blood. Ah! I'm keeping that off because I don't want to distress any pals. It's worth noting that I'm still playing my Xbox 360 copy of it. Oh, all right, caution, damn. It's the human form of my werewolf character in D&D. Oh, that's so cool, Possum. Yeah, please send through. I will have a look. Yes, I was. What the heck? We have the exact same thought. Now that I can play it on the go, it'll be a blast. And now you'll never do anything non-Skyrim oriented again. It's hard to find positivity amongst the world, and the whole big bunch of you are very kind, safe feeling. If it could be a group of people, I appreciate so much of what y'all do, including you. My friends do too. Oh, that's so sweet, Monster. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you, honey. Here, let me move this to the right spot here real quick. Well, darling Monstera, you also very much contribute to that. There we go. This is great. Look, I'm so scared looking. It's in there? Oh, perfect. I will have a look now. Hi, Terrific Tinge. Welcome in. How are you doing? Which version of Monster Hunter Stories 3 have you got? Well, the Magnificent Monstera got us the top of the line, like, deluxe, like, edition. So we are getting all of the things, all the cool things. Thank you so much, Monstera. I'm so excited. Okay, let me see here. Okay. All right, so give me just a second. I'm going to, let me go into Discord real quick and pull that up. And I think that'll be the last thing that we can do before we finish up, is do this little red line real quick. Okay. All right, let me bring this back up. All right, so this is looking really, really good so far, sweetheart. And Zelzoda, good morning, hon. How are you doing? Welcome. The Switch version also came with some extra content since it's a special edition, so I'm excited to look at the new features. That's really cool. That'll be a blast. Just got home from work, and work's never been better than lately. That's wonderful, Tinge. I'm so happy to hear that. So well deserved. Okay, sweetie. So let me just put a screen behind this. All right, so hun, have you heard of the 8-head rule? For realistic characters or semi-realistic characters, you're supposed to have the body should be approximately, and this is a bit old-fashioned, but it actually did help me to understand, like, why my stuff wasn't looking right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So the idea is that this helps you with your proportions. I actually do need to look up what, because there's actually a rule. Not a rule. Art is not rules. Art is not rules. But there is actually a concept where, and don't hold me to this because I do not remember, but I think it's something like 3 of those circles should be the torso. 4 of those circles should be the legs, and 1 of those circles should be the head, or something like that. So, so we've got head cut off, and then like torso is here, waist and hips are here, and then these are down to legs, right? So, head, torso. Sorry, I know I said torso has 3, but I meant like there's an in between there. This is hips, and then we have legs. So with that in mind, if we kind of follow this, we could put, so her head's there. And also, I don't know if you do this, but it's always a really good idea to do some really rough skeleton like this. So I'm not talking like the annoying, you know, you must draw an entire skeleton. No, no, no. It's all in simple shapes at first, okay? So you're actually kind of like on it regarding like where everything is pretty much. We can probably move her hips up just the tiniest tad, but the main proportion that's kind of off is probably her head. Her head's a bit small, and I'm not sure if it's the angle or not. But yeah, I think that her head's maybe a little bit small because everything else looks like it's pretty much in line with the 8 head rule. I keep on calling it a rule. It's not. Again, ignore anyone who tells you that art has rules. It doesn't. It's really subjective. But then if you, and the other thing is, did you? Yeah, I see the legs here. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, make sure that you also draw, even if you're gonna cover it with clothing, make sure that you also draw the parts of the body that are gonna be covered with clothing. Because it will help you to decide how and where the clothes are folding. And it also helps with your posturing. Like so. So if we move this aside, can you already kind of see the improvement, even though all we did was kind of adjust her head and work on her legs a little bit? You could even like her, I've actually got her her hips maybe a tad too high, so I'm gonna just close those up a little, like down there. Because yeah, your anatomy is pretty good. Yeah, it's actually like your proportions, I mean, are actually not too bad. But just watch the head. Make sure that the head is your main measuring stick. So here's the thing. If we were to use the head that you have here, and this will be a good example of how it kind of can be, like the only thing that's throwing it off is the size of the head, right? Is if we do our 8 head thing, this is how long the character would be. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So you can see that this is the 8 head rule if we use your head as the proportion, and then this is the 8 head rule if we use my head as the proportion. So the only thing that you were kind of off on is really just the head size. But yeah, do you kind of see, do you see the difference? I hope that was helpful. I hope it wasn't too confusing. But yeah, everything else is looking really good. Magnificent Monstera, sweetie pie! Thank you so incredibly much, darling, for gifting that sub to Lovely Eat. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thank you. But yeah, Possum, let me know. I see. I thought the head was small, but I couldn't tell. Yes, yeah, that's kind of the only real issue. Like, in fact, if we this is a little bit scary, but like if we erase the head, do you see how this actually looks like really, really like basically perfect? Oh, sorry. It looks basically perfect. We just have to draw the head on because everything else looks proportional now. Do you see that? Like if you just like use your mind's eye and you're like, okay, there's a head there. Everything else is really well proportioned. Like, great. You see what I mean? What do you think of Monster Hunter Stories 3 Amiibo? I don't know. I've never really been a big Amiibo collector, to be honest. I have one more thing, but I'll only share if you're able to look. I can have a quick look, but I do have to finish up. Would it help if I send this in the art chat suite, Possum? With or without the head? Magnificent Monster! Sweetie! Oh my gosh, darling, thank you so very much for the gifted sub, sweetheart! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much, darling! Holy crap, thank you so much for such incredible generosity. Thank you, lovely. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And thank you, Cutie King, for the care package. All right, cuties, we gotta finish up. I will send this in the Discord for you, darling. Just to show ya. Let me just send that right quick for you. I'm not gonna actually say anything. I'm just gonna reply to what you said. But you've done a great job here, hon. I hope that helps to encourage you to the knowledge that you actually like aced it. It's literally just that the head was small, and that's kind of it. Posted a photo of 2 patches I bought the other week. Oh, cool. Okay, hold on. Let me go over here so I can. Nathan's gonna be pissed at me if I'm not off of here in time. I'm always late for these things. Let me go see. In IRL, did you say? Ooh, those are very cool, Patricia. Those are awesome. Wow. Norforce, Regional Force Surveillance Group, and School of Armor Regimental Officer scores. That's really cool, hon. That does help a lot. Thank you. Yay! I'm so happy I could help at all, sweetie. That's the other thing. Quick reminder, if anybody wants to get any kind of assistance with their artwork, whether that's redlining or lighting or critique or whatever, if anyone wants any kind of help, I am always more than happy to assist on our Fridays. Yeah, okay. But thank you so much for coming in, darlings. I really appreciate ya. I think we might go see, oh, we gotta go see Strawberry Moonhua. We haven't seen her all year. But yes, let's go see her. All right, cutie pies. Well, we're gonna go see lovely Strawberry Moonhua. If you are looking for someone who is a cutie pie cozy butt, you want to see her. Darlings, our next stream will in fact be on Sunday. We'll be playing some Persona 5. I love you guys so much. She recommended me to you. Oh, amazing. Well, now I'm recommending you to her. Tell her the Tass sent ya. Sweetie pies, thank you so much. Oh, I am still playing Spotify in the back. Thank you. My bad. Okay, it stopped. All right. On that note, darlings, if you are off to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. But darlings, most of all, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. We're gonna go see the beautiful Strawberry Moonhua, and yeah, I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you on Sunday. Ciao for now, my darlings. Mwah, 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 mwah. Whoa! They made the save icon in real life!